Hello, hello, welcome to Sewing Quarter. If I could tell you what was going on around here at the moment. My earpiece broke down, my microphone broke down, everything, but we're right, we're fine, we're good, we're live on air, and it's 8 o'clock on Monday morning. How are you? My name is John Scott. We've got Quilter's Corners today. We've got 4 hours of everything you need to know about quilting. Coming up at 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock, lovely Lucy Brennan showing us really fantastic quilting techniques. But before then, you've got me for an hour doing fabulous fabrics, 4 different houses of fabrics, including Kaffe Fassett, which you have requested. You've requested, so we've brought them back. Lovely quilting books. And what else? Now, there's something else. Quilting tools. Now, we want you to get in touch. We want you to get in touch. This is how you can get in touch. What you do is you go to the website and you click on Watch the Live Show, which is up at the top left-hand corner, I believe. There it is. Watch the Live Show. You click on there. Then you see where we are, and then just scroll down the page. And you see the square that says Message Studio. Message the studio. You just write your message in there. Morning! Exclamation mark. Oh, Hannah's sending you all kisses today. So all you do is that's the easiest way to send the message. If you've got a quick message you want to get through to the studio, go that way. Also, if you just carry on down the page, you'll see, now that's all of yesterday's fabrics, but in a minute they'll all disappear. And everything that we show you from today's shows will appear down there. So you just pop them in your basket from then. And if you scroll back up to the top of the page, you can see that it won't be there at the moment. Oh, yes, that's the last thing they must have done yesterday, the cushion pad. When we're auctioning something or have a sale of something, it will appear in that square, and you can just add it to your basket. Now, I've got lots... the other way. Now, the other thing is, if you've got a very long question or a question that you need... if you've got a question that you need a long answer to or descriptive answer to, just email us and it'll go straight through to our customer services team. If they can't answer straight away, they'll definitely answer within 2 days. But that's obviously for a more complex question. And that email address is studio@sewingquarter.com. You can still use studio@sewingquarter.com. You can still use that for quick messages to Hannah and everything. But if that's the one that if you've got a long question that needs answering by somebody more than me or Hannah, then that's the way to get through there. Oh, my word, I'll calm down in a second. Right, let's start, shall we? Because we've got fabulous fabrics. So let's start with some Joel Dewberry. Now, you know that Joel Dewberry is one of 7 children, and he's actually got 5 children of his own as well. And he lives for colour, he lives for style, he lives for all his design from a totally creative family. It's really gorgeous fabric. So what I've got for you is this amazing fat quarter, and I've got fabrics on the roll as well. I'm going to start with this fat quarter. I'm going to start with this fat quarter. I've just lost... I'll be with you in a second. You look at that fat quarter a second, and I'll be with you any second to go through it all with you. Right, look at that. It's the Joel Dewberry Free Spirit Atrium range. Fat quarter bundle. Now, obviously at £109.94, you get an awful lot for your money there, don't you? Really beautiful, gorgeous fabric. Now, I've opened one. We've actually opened one. So what I'll do is the one behind here, I'll just move that to one side. It's with Free Spirit, and you know the quality. You know the quality of the fabric when you get Free Spirit. I just want to show you what you get in this fat quarter because it is just incredible. It is just beautiful, isn't it? I will get the others out for you in a second. So we've got all these really lovely... Now, some of these I'm going to be selling in by the ½ metre in a second as well. But these are perfect, absolutely perfect for quilting, aren't they? Oh, look, there's 2 of that. Oh, now hang on. There might be a little theme going on here. Look at I love all these geometric prints there. Oh, that one goes with that one. This is the fun, this is the joy of getting a fat quarter, isn't it? Because you get all of these fabrics within your fat quarter. Then you've got the lovely lotus one there. Beautiful spotty one there. That one goes there. Oh, now this one, oh, that's lovely. That's the cumulus one. We've got that one coming up later. Oh, and that one as well. I adore that one. We love this fabric. So apart from it being the best quality. The cotton is just out of this world, isn't it? I'm just trying to mix and match them all, you see, because there's you're obviously getting one of each, aren't we? I mean, look at them all there. But the different colours you get as well, that one. Colours are so vibrant. They're beautiful, aren't they? Now, is that one the same as that one? No, it's not. Oh, do you mean there's so much? Oh, hang on, look. All of this. How many pieces are there? 26 pieces. All of the most exquisite, the most beautiful, the most fabulous. The colours are divine, aren't they? And being a fat quarter, because you know the size of a fat quarter. I'll just open this one quickly. They take a yard of fabric and they cut it acrossways and acrossways. So you get that lovely piece of there, quarter of a yard, quarter of a metre. Isn't that beautiful? That is absolutely stunning. If you've already bought a Dewberry fabric from us, this is the Free Spirit atrium range, this one. I mean, look at that one. Now, in a minute, you see this one in the same fabric in a different colourway. We're selling this by the half metre, this one. So if you're thinking, oh, I love that one, John, absolutely love that one, you better buy it by the half metre as well in a second. Or if you just want a taster, buy it in the fat quarter, because that's the best way, isn't it? The absolute best way. You're getting so much for your money there, aren't you? At £109.95, you get 26 fat quarters, and you're getting Dewberry. Now, you know that Free Spirit, they work in collaboration with lots and lots of designers, but they're very fussy about the designers they work with. They only want to work with the best designers, don't they? So, consequently, you get collections like this, which are just out of this world, aren't they? I'm just folding that one back. I love that one. You see, I've not seen that one in the pink before. I've seen it in the mint, but I've not seen it in the pink before. And again, there's the cumulus in the pink and the blue there. I'm bringing the blue one to you in a second as well. Then we've got the geometric prints there. In the I mean, there's so much. And what's fabulous about a fat quarter is that they have already done the hard work for you, haven't they? They have already decided which fabrics are going to look fabulous with which. Because if you went into a fabric shop, imagine how long it would take you to buy that many fabrics for your patchwork. I mean, it's just absolutely exquisite. 26 pieces, 26 fat quarters. So you're getting so many metres of fabric if you think about it. There's 1 metre of fabric, 2 metres, 3 metres, 4 metres, 5. I mean, it's just, you're getting so much. £109.95. It works out to what, about £4 of fat quarter, Hannah's telling me, about £4 of fat quarter. I love this lotus. Now, we're going to be selling this lotus in the blue in a second. But I just love this. If you're into your Buddhas and your spiritual, kind of holistic and spiritual, isn't that just beautiful? Now, we're saying, because it's a quilting day, we're saying, oh, that'd be amazing for quilting, wouldn't it? But there's so much more you could do with that. I'd love a cushion out of that. But then, the other one, which I'm going to be selling in a second in the half metre, this one, it's the colour of the Buddha, they say, isn't it? Yeah, the blue. It's like hemimorphite. You know the gemstone hemimorphite? It's very much of that blue, the blue of the Buddha. And you can see why. Isn't that lovely? I adore that fabric. It comes from the atrium range, Dewberry with Free Spirit. Now, imagine if you were to buy this fat quarter for your stash. Maybe not put them all in the same. Maybe you're doing... Because, I've got a blue and white quilt on my bed. And... even though I adore all these fabrics, you might only want blue and white, so you'd put that one in it. Because I'm getting overexcited. Calm down. It's because the fabrics are so beautiful, isn't it? If you were to buy this fat quarter, you don't need to use it all in one go, do you? You don't need to, because what you do is, look, so you put blue, 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 blue. You see, look. Then let's do a pink, pink, pink. Pink, pink. You see what I mean? I mean, I know. Before you'd start, you'd just play with it, wouldn't you? That would look lovely there. That one would look lovely there. Oh, and that one there, you see. See what I mean? Now, look, we're creating completely different looks again now. Because we've got pink, we've gone blue. We could go yellow and grey, yellow and grey, yellow and grey. You see what I mean? See what I mean? You could do... Oh, no, that one have to go there. You see, already there, I've got 3 completely different projects, haven't I? And then, of course, what you could then also do is you think, well, actually, I want multicoloured, but the theme is circles. The theme is circles. So maybe put that one in with that one in with that one. Keep the geometrics away. Do you know what I mean? There are so many different ways. There's a geometric, there's a geometric. Oh, now look. Wouldn't that be gorgeous? All those geometric prints together. Yep, loving it. Love, love, love. Because then you could also do a floral one. You see, you could go floral, 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 geometric. You see what I mean? So many different things you could do with one fat quarter. Now, you know, was it Jo the other day saying that she, when she does her quilts and she does her all different things, she puts it out on the living room carpet and just spreads it all out to see if it's all going to work together. And also, if you didn't want to do that, I've got blender fabrics as well coming up in this hour as well. So what you could do is you could have all patterns and then put a plain white or a plain grey with it to create that, because you know how you put the white or the grey to make the colour pop? Be fantastic, wouldn't it? All of this, 26 pieces, 26 fat quarter pieces for £109.95. Let me know what you're going to do with it. Let me know. Web chat me and let me know what, if you had this fat quarter, what you would make with it. Because there are so many different things that you could make with this fat quarter. Beautiful colours, very nice summer colours, I'd say. Mind you, having said that, now, I'm just trying to think now, if you could make a winter quilt and a summer quilt, maybe. Oh, I don't know. Yes, hang on, that one. Now we're just... this is me being self-indulgent now, because I'm just playing now. Because you could then go with... Oh, they're nice. Look, you see those colours together? Kind of block colours together. Oh, sorry. Block colours together there. Oh, you can have so much fun with this. I'm loving it. Right, I'm going to start piling it back up now, because this fabulous fat quarter for £109.95. This is how yours will arrive. Obviously, yours will be nice and tidy. Not a messy one with me. But then I'm going to move on to the cut fabrics now. I am going to move on, which is where that's the fat quarter there, for £109.95. So let's move on to this one. So that goes there, that goes there, that goes there. I will be with you in a second. I love it. You get so much. Oh, lots of you saying hello. Thank you. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for your messages. Thank you for your messages. Right, OK, let's just I will come back to that before I finish the Dewberry collection. Can't not. Right. This is beautiful. Now, you've seen these fabrics in the fat quarter, but we also sell them by the half metre increment. This is lovely. This is mint. Is this one called crystalline in mint. Now, what you have to remember is the fabrics that we cut... Oh, isn't that beautiful? I love it when we can spread it out on the table, because you get a full view of the pattern and everything there. This is the Dewberry crystalline fabric in mint from the Atrium range. Now, you did see it in the fat quarter. Maybe you've seen the fat quarter, you think, oh, I'd love a whole skirt made out of that, or I'd like a whole project to make out of that. This would be beautiful, wouldn't it? Now, Hannah's saying that if she made a quilt out of the Dewberry, she'd like this one as the back of the quilt. Hannah's my producer, for those of you who don't know. Now, I need to just stay there, because I'm just going to slide this into shot. If you buy fabric by the half metre, so it's only if you buy it by the half metre, nothing else comes in the box, just this fabric. But there's nothing worse, is there, when you go shopping, you buy a beautiful piece of fabric and they just shove it in a carrier bag. Whereas this is how it arrives at your house. This is how it arrives at your house. And it's all wrapped in tissue paper. There's a little sticker on there somewhere. Oh, there it is. It just rolled over. So it's... Because, you know me, self-gifting. Buying a piece of fabric is like buying yourself a gift, isn't it? Even if you're not going to use it straight away. So now we sell in half metre increments. So the minimum you can buy is half a metre. And then after that, you can buy 1 metre, 1.5 metres, 2 metres, 2.5 metres. And what you have to do is, if you're buying on the web, and where it says quantity, the quantity is... half a metre is 1. So if you know, like if you're buying, say, cotton reels, you want 5 cotton reels, you know to put 5 in the quantity. If you're buying fabric, if you're buying half a metre, you put quantity 1. So 1 metre would be 2. And carrying on like that. So this is the price for half a metre, £6.95. Now, this is lovely. The quality of this cotton is out of this world, isn't it? Beautiful colours that are involved in here. Now, there's only 5 colours. Can you believe there's only 5 colours involved in there? I just think the attention to detail. Oh, the attention to detail. Little pops of white in there. Then you've got the grey. You've got the yellow, the turquoise, or what they call the mint. And then the pale grey, the flannel grey there. Now, isn't that lovely? Now, I know I'm doing Joel Dewberry fabrics, but imagine, I'm just going to bring these in as a suggestion, when you need your background fabrics or when you need your blending fabrics. Do you know what? I'd go with that. I think I'd go with that one. I think I'd go with that one with this. That's called slate grey. Slate grey. Now, this is from our Spectrum Solid by Makua. If you don't want the colours I show you, all you need to do is go to the website and you will see all the colours that we have available. It's £3. It's this one here that's £3.25 for half a metre. This is the Joel Dewberry, which is the other price. So I'll just take that grey one out of shot there and we'll go back to this one here. This is the crystalline in mint and I just love it. It's got a very kind of 1930s feel to it almost, hasn't it? And again, the quality of this fabric is out of this world. So I'll just fold that one up. I've got loads to show you. I don't know why I'm waffling on. I better be quiet. I'm getting really into it. Now, if you like the crystalline in a different colour, look at this one. This one's saying to me, what was that lady who did the synchronised swimming in all the big Hollywood films? Not Ethel Merman. It's saying to me that. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I can't think, what name am I trying to think? Esther Williams. Esther Williams, that's what I'm thinking of. This is slate. Oh, now, isn't that funny? I'd have called this, I'd have called this more of an indigo or something, but it's lovely, isn't it? Same pattern, same quality fabric, but just in the slate colour. Again, by the Atrium, but lovely. The bright yellow in there, really creating a lovely look with the kind of slate and the paler grey. Again, now, I mean, look, now put that. How about that to making it pop? I know, I'll tell you more about the white fabric in a second, but that is stunning, isn't it? So this one is the Joel Dewberry crystalline fabric in slate from the Atrium range. Now, sorry, I've got to move on, I'm being told. The thing is, I've got 4 designers. I've got 4 designers to schedule. Oh, I know, I better get on. I've already gone over time as it is. Now, I had this one on the other day. We love this one. Now, you saw this one in the Fat Quarter. Now, you see, Hannah, my producer Hannah, would look like if we made a... Do you know what? She's got these... I can say Jaeger all-in-ones that she wears. This would look lovely. Other shops are available, but Hannah loves her Jaeger one. This is beautiful, isn't it? The print. But do you know what? I'm sitting here thinking, oh, yeah, lovely skirt, lovely summer shift dress. Oh... Jennifer Taylor wears shift dresses all the time, doesn't she? This is like lovely to make one of her shift dresses. But I'm also seeing summer picnics. I'm also seeing being out, you know, like make a quilt out of it and take it on a picnic. Oh, now fancy cutting. Is it fussy cutting? Fussy cutting. What you could do is you could just cut. Mind you, I wouldn't want to, so I love the fabric as a whole. But you could fussy cut if you wanted to, couldn't you? Which means, fussy cut, sorry, is where you take out a certain section. So if you're doing a quilt, you'd make... I'll tell you when it was. It was in the Fassett book, wasn't it? He did the book, Bold Blooms, his book wasn't it? Where every quilt or every piece of work was all about flowers, all about floral. And he'd made a quilt that had just got the big flowers. So you could put the big flowers in and then use one of the other fabrics. It's beautiful. I'll just lift it up for you there. £6.95 for half a metre. We love that. We love that one. OK, moving on. Because now, here's the one. This is my favourite one. Oh, they're all my favourites. I know I'm not allowed favourites, but they're all my favourites. This is like the lotus flower. Now, this fabric feels more of a, not gauze, but it feels more of a lawn. Even though it's the same, it feels more of a lawn feel to it. This one. It's got that lovely, lightweight feel to it. Loving the fabric. Now, that looks absolutely stunning. What you're not seeing on your telly is, you know, the one with this, right? This, you see how this has got the geometric dots on it? This fabric on the back, that I don't know if you can actually see on your telly, has got those little hexagons or octagons or whatever they are. Can you see? So imagine if you put that and that together. That's out the fat quarter, obviously. I'll just move that one away. That's obviously out the fat quarter. But what you could do is get the fat quarter and then buy yourself a couple of meters of this and then use the fat quarter to almost trim this one. I love this. Loads of flower. I do say that looks so stylish, so glamorous, doesn't it? £6.95. It's the, and they just call it the Deco Bloom print, but I'd say it was more of a lotus print myself. Deco, Art Deco, meaning 1930s, obviously. Really lovely and angular. Think of Poirot. Think of all the lovely furnishing fabrics and dresses in Poirot. 1936 that was set. This would have fit, I know because I did the costumes for it, you see. £6.95 for half a metre. Adore it. Adore it, adore it, adore it. Right, moving on to the next one. I know I'm running behind time, but I'll be fine. It's my show. This is lovely. Now, you saw this in the fat quarter also. This is a lovely fabric, this one. I mean, the thing is, we only bring you good quality, so that you know full well that the quality is going to be good. Look at this. I love it when I can put it out on the table like that and you can see it properly for what it is, can't you? This is called the Eclipse fabric in golden. Oh, that's a wonderful description. Golden Eclipse, that one. Now, on your telly, it might be looking very, very yellow, but I'd say it was more... It's not a mimosa yellow. It's more of a, I know, a primula, like a primula. Is that what it's called, that little plant that's in my garden at the moment? It's a kind of muted, well, it's golden. It is golden. It's not a bright yellow that it might be looking like on your telly. But that is stunning again, isn't it? And then last but not least of the Joel Dewberry range. Got to fold it up, otherwise Jane gets all angry with me in the break. Last but not least is this. Now, this is stunning. Look, it's clouds. It's clouds. But they've got these are more 1920s. These cumulus, it's called, in mint. But it's more of a 1920s going into the 30s, isn't it? Late 1920s, that one. Joel Dewberry cumulus fabric in mint, again from the Atrium range. They're all from the same range, so you will have seen them in the fat quarter. But we're giving you the chance now to buy it by the cut length from half a metre. £6.95. Now, again, what I need to point out to you here is that, you can see it on this one better. It's like it's got little rain showers. You know what I mean? It's got the little birds flying in the golden colour, and then it looks like there are rain showers coming down from the clouds. It's beautiful, isn't it? Very, very vintage feel to that one. Again, £6.95 for half a metre. Now, I'll just show you very quickly the two colours, the two block colours. We've already shown you this slate one. Which will be good as blenders or background to make your colours pop out of this one. Now, I need Jay to come in and put that A-frame in place because otherwise I'll be ready to move on. These are the two. Slate is the one you've seen already at £3.25. Spectrum Solid. Now, if you don't want either of these two colours or the other solid colours I show you during the hour, please go to the website. You'll see all the colours. And then we've got this one, the grey, the slate. That's the slate grey. We've also got it in, there it is at the bottom, optical white. Now, they call it optical white because it's absolutely... incredibly bright white at £3.25 for half a metre. Okay, so now if you need me to show any of those fabrics again, all you need to do is let me know, and no, I'll be fine, we'll just carry on because otherwise it'll take too long. I've got to wait till you see these. Come with me, and have a look at these fabrics on the A-frame. These are lovely. Now, I hope I'm all tucked in. These are Macawa fabrics. Now, you know the quality. Now, Macawa are the ones that do the Spectrum Solid fabrics. They're really, really, really good quality fabrics. And what lovely prints. What lovely, lovely prints they are. Now, these are completely different to the Joel Dewberry ones, obviously, but there's something for everyone. Something for everybody in this hour. We're going to start off with the bird's fabric. It feels like satinized cotton. It feels like the best quality cotton. So let me just have a look at this. Have I got it the right way up? There. Isn't that lovely? Now, it's multi-directional, which is good, which means you can cut in all different directions, with lots of lovely little love hearts on it. Now, this is £5.45 for half a metre. Again, the quality is gorgeous. The colour, the background, is a sort of pinky, reddy, orangey mix. I'm just trying to explain because it's not a pure pink. You see, it's not a pure pink, but it's not red, obviously, but it's got a tinge of flame in it as well. But it is very gorgeous and it's like a fuchsia, almost like a fuchsia pink, that. And then you've got the detailing with the hearts and the flowers on there. Now, it could be used for so many different occasions, couldn't it? Little girl's dress. Can you imagine a little girl's summer dress made out of this? Or, of course, if you're going to make cushions all blind for a little girl's room, because all little girls love pink, that's a fib, because they don't all love pink, do they? But a lot of them absolutely adore the pink. So that is the bird, it's called Bird Fabric by Macawa, but it feels like it's got a satinised finish to it. It's really, really lovely. I'll put that one back up there, and we'll move on to this. Now, this is like a gorgeous, well, it's not ditzy, it's a bit bigger than a ditzy print, isn't it? But this is hugely, hugely, hugely popular. Goes with so many things, doesn't it? This is floral on cream. They really thought that one out, haven't they? Floral on cream, that one. This one's from the Papillon range by Macawa. Now, again, the quality of the cotton is out of this world. Now, that's going to look lovely in a quilt, isn't it? Because, not just in a quilt, but look at all those colours you can mix and match in there. I'm sorry, I'm moving it around an awful lot. I'm trying to hold it as still as I can. £5.45 for half a metre. What else would you use it for? Let me know. Send a message in with what you would use it for. Because in there you've got pink, you've got green, you've got every gorgeous colour in there. Now, also, I've got colours to blend it with, but you could blend this with absolutely anything, couldn't you? Really, really, really cute fabric. It's floral on cream background. And again, it's multi-directional. Well, I say it's multi-directional, but it looks like they're going in a diagonal stripe. Could you pull out a little bit, see the whole piece of fabric? Because it looks almost like the pattern, I don't know if you would see it. It looks like it's working in a diagonal, really. See what I mean? Can you see it from there? I mean, it is multi-directional. £5.45. Now, obviously, I've got a metre in my hand. You're paying £5.45 for half a metre. Really, really lovely. And again, a fabulous quality. I love all the colours in there. You know what? Children are going to love the colours in there because they're vibrant and bright and happy colours, aren't they? Now, if you don't want florals, and you want to go for a bold stripe, this is nice. I've not seen this one before. It's like a deck chair stripe, this one, isn't it? Oh, nice. This is nice. Now, Hannah's saying in the summer we should make some deck chairs. Well, it's nearly summer. Multi-stripe fabric, Papillon range. I wouldn't use this fabric for a deck chair, though. I wouldn't use it, but a deck chair look. Well, only because it's a little bit fine. If you want to make a deck chair, you want one of the lovely canvas fabrics that we do. But this is a beautiful, beautiful stripe. Again, you've got those bold colours. Now, you see, this would work beautifully with that bird fabric that I showed you at the beginning, because you've got the same greens and the same pinks in there. £5.45. Now, obviously, it's a stripe. So when you're thinking of your pattern, you do have to think about this as a direction. Well, is it a directional fabric? It is, because you couldn't cut it sideways, could you? But really, really lovely, bold stripes in there. You've got the greens, you've got the pinks, you've got the orange, you've got the turquoise for £5.45 for half a metre. That is lovely. That is a metre, obviously, that I'm showing you there. Now, selvage to selvage there. So the stripe is going down. I mean, you can't... Oh, whoops, sorry, that's not like me. You can cut. You can also cut that way as well if you want the stripes to go across. But obviously, you've got to remember when you're placing your patterns and things that you need them all to go in the same direction. That is another lovely fabric. All of these, the quality is the same on all of these. Really, really lovely. And then last but not least in this range... Oh, dear, Jay's going to go mad with it because I'm just being a bit messy. This is lovely. Again, this very, very beautiful, bright turquoise background on this one. Have a look at that one. Oh. Paisleys. Everybody loves a paisley. This is paisley fabric, Papillon, in blue. Just calls it blue. Now, it's definitely, the background is definitely Kingfisher / turquoise. Turquoise, that's me being posh. Turquoise. £5.45 for half a metre. Now imagine that. That is love. Do you know what? Imagine that PE bag. You know, like a kiddie's PE bag made out of... Oh, sorry. Kiddie's PE bag made out of that. £5.45. Give us a call, 0800 112 44 33. Or, of course, you can go on the web at www.sewingquarter.com. This is Quilter's Corn Take. Now, the two fabrics that we've picked that would... Oh, we've had a message. Yes. Sue's going to use this one for her daughter's bedroom. I'm not going to show it again. That's not the blue. That was the floral in cream, I think it was called, wasn't it? But Sue's going to use that one as for her daughter's... Her daughter or granddaughter, did you say? So daughter's bedroom. It's lovely, isn't it? Okay. Now, the two fabrics that we thought would go nicely with this, I'm just going to pick the stripy one up, because if you're going to blend, imagine those two together. So now the stripe fabric will go across the bottom of the screen in a minute. We're just talking about the orange, the Vienna orange there. Now, whenever we show these Macau Spectrum solids, people buy them for their stash. They come in. I'm just take the stripy one out so you can see the one that we're there. You go. That's the orange one, the Vienna orange one that we're talking about now. That one is £3.25 for half a metre. Again, fabulous quality. And it really is... I'd have called it sienna, but it's called Vienna orange there. Really, really lovely. It's a mix between flame and dark terracotta, that one, at £3.25 for half a metre. And then last but not least, in the solid fabrics, look at this fabulous pink. Look, I'm just going to show them together. Oh, very pink, this one. Oh, it's got a bit of fluff on it, that one. Now, this is called fuchsia. Just go to that bit of fluff. There you go. This one is called fuchsia. And the colour, again, is just beautiful, isn't it? This is 100% cotton Spectrum solid fabric by Macau. Half a metre for £3.25. I love that colour. Imagine using that with all of those, because even this one, if you're being bold and bright and beautiful, which is what the show is all about, look at those two together. You see what I mean? Just blend your... Don't be frightened of colour. Just blend your colours. Mix and match your colours together. Because that's gorgeous, isn't it? OK? If you need to see any of those fabrics again, just let me know. Just let me know. Because I'm moving on again. I know. We're only going to Amy Butler now. Follow me. Now, these are exquisite. You know that Amy and her husband, if you go and look at their website, you'll see the whole story. Everything she does, she wants it to have an impact on the world, whether it's using a sustainable fabric. She uses money from when she sells her fabrics to support children's home, feed the poor, all sorts of things, even dogs' homes and everything. She's very, very, very much wanting to make the world a better place. And she wants to be excited. She wants to be excited by the colours. And you can tell that. You can tell that. I just watched a little video of her on... YouTube, and it was one of her stands, you know, and I just said to Hannah when we were looking at it, I said, do you know what, that's the stand I'd be attracted to, one of the first stands you'd be attracted to, because it's all about, it was all mystical, it was all beautiful, and the colours were exquisite. Now, I don't know which one to start with on these, because they're all so beautiful. Amy Butler, she's world-renowned, absolutely world-renowned, as a top fabric designer, and she works in patterns. She does patterns and textiles and everything. I'll start with this one. Oh, beautiful. Now, remember, this is now, again, buying the fabric by half a metre. We sell it by the half metre. Isn't that just beautiful? Absolutely stunning. Now, this is the Amy Butler Garden Fate fabric in grass. It's from the Violette range. She's got a whole big range called Violette range. I mean, I have got, in my bedroom, not giving too much away now, I have got a wallpaper from a famous, from a shop that sells traditional paints. And they also do hand-screened wallpaper. Just on one wall. I couldn't afford more than one wall. It's very like this, but in different yellows, and I love it. I love it because there's so much going on. It's got that wonderful, wonderful vintage... Where am I looking down here? That wonderful kind of vintage, like almost fleur-de-lis, like the vase of flowers with the really, really amazing... So we've got the vases of flowers, and then in between those, you've got the festoons of flowers. But then look at all this work that's going on within the design, within the fabric. So she calls it grass green, but actually you've got mint, you've got eau de Nil, you've got beautiful lime greens, you've got vibrant, vibrant pinks in there, and really, really lovely touches of lemon. Now, let me know what you'd use this fabric for, because it is just exquisite, isn't it? You should go and look at Amy Butler's house, right? It's on her website. You can see where the inspiration from this comes from. She lives one of those perfect lives. Well, I don't know about her life, but it looks like she lives one of those perfect lives with overlooking the sea in America and just having just exquisite. Look at that. That is just out of this world, isn't it? Now, also, again, fabulous tiny details if you chop it up and everything, but you could fancy cut, because you've got all of these garlands of flowers, you've got the bigger sections there, you've got the sections there. You could use this for so many different things. I love it. I love that one. Oh, now lots of you coming in for that one. I'm not surprised. Truly, I'm not surprised. That's lovely. So you've got green, you've got forest green, you've got pinks, you've got eau de Nil greens, you've got lime greens and lemons in there. Love it. Love it. Now, remember, I can revisit any of these fabrics again if you need to see any of them again. If you want to wait to see all the fabrics I'm going to show you and then come back, please just let me know if you want to see any of the fabrics again, and Jay will be ready and bring them in for you. So I'm going to fold that one up. That is lovely. Now, wait till you see this one. This has got so much intricacy going on. Look at this. I'll lay it out and leave it flat for you to have a look at. It's amazing. It's butterflies. It's butterflies. You just keep looking at that while I just have a slurp of my water so you can just take in the beauty of that fabric. It's called Take Flight in zinc. Now, I'd like to see the zinc in her house, that's for sure. The colours are beautiful. Lilac, lavender, would you say? Heather? Just lavender. We're saying lavender. French lavender. Not any old lavender for Hannah, French lavender. Look at the workmanship that's going on. Where's my hand there? Look at the workmanship that's going on in here. It's like, now, what's the name of that drawing that did the pre-Raphaelite ladies? The man who painted all those pre-Raphaelite ladies with all their amazing hair. The intricacy of everything going on here. And then within the pattern here, we've got, look, two butterflies taking flight. That's why it's called Taking Flight. And again, if you wanted to fussy cut, you could fussy cut, but what an exquisite fabric this is. The very unusual colours as well, because you've got the lilac and the mint. Well, I don't know, I presume she's calling that zinc. But look at the incredible intricacy, even to the antennae. Let me go into that one. Even into the antennae of the butterflies there, and the details on the wings. Now, apparently on the news this morning, there's, because of the warm weather we're having, well, we haven't had it round my way, but the warm weather, there's an excess of these butterflies at the moment, and they're the lime green ones. I can't remember what they're called. They said on the news this morning, I thought, oh, how exotic, lots of lime green butterflies. Because where I live, there's in Stratford-upon-Avon, there's a butterfly farm. There's a butterfly farm, and you could just walk through, and it's really lovely, and all the butterflies fluttering around you, and they all land on you and everything. It's good luck if a butterfly lands on you as well, isn't it? Mind you, you're taking a good chance being in a butterfly farm that one of them's going to land on you. It's not like you're just out and about, is it? But again, really, really lovely fabric at £6.95 for half a metre. This is obviously a metre that you're seeing here, but imagine what you could use that for. I just have that one and just look at that because I just think it's beautiful. Right, the last Amy Butler now. This is Hannah's. Everyone has been Hannah's favourite so far. All three of these have been her favourites so far. I've got Fassett coming up. Don't worry. Lots of people asking when the Kaffe is. And two people have asked to see two things again from the previous range. So what I'll do is I'll finish Amy Butler, I'll show you requests, and then I'll go over to the Kaffe. The reason we've got the Kaffe again, because you're saying, oh, you've had that once this week, haven't you? So many people love it. So many people requested to ask it. It's very difficult keeping up with demand because the neutral Jelly Roll and everything sold out, didn't it? In fact, good sold out. Anyway, let's move on with this. Look at that. Oh, no. Has it got a direction? Yes, it has. Sorry, I'll just twist it around for you. There you go. Now, she's calling those poppies. They're a very stylised poppy, aren't they? £6.95 for half a metre. Again, you've got the colours in the background. You've got the mint. Oh, now look. Now, I'm just going to bring this fabric in. Don't want to confuse you, but look, the background of that fabric is the same as the background of this fabric, look, but then with a different print. This is the poppy print. Now, Linda's asked how wide these fabrics are. I'll get Jay to get me a tape measure, but they're usually 42 inches. 42 inches, which is I'll do work out. I'll find out for you. It's usually 42 inches, which is... OK, we'll do it. I'll measure it properly, and then I'll do the centimetres at the same time. I have to say, the Makoa fabrics felt wider than this because I had to hold them out. I'll just measure it for you, though, now. They are lovely, aren't they? So, inches-wise... Oh, 44! 44 inches, which is 112 centimetres. 112 centimetres, 44. I'll keep the tape measure, Jay, because I might want to measure some of the others. Any questions like that, please, 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 just send us a web chat or an email and we'll answer your questions straight away for you. So this is the Amy Butler field poppy. I still think it's more of... I'm seeing a Chinese... What's that famous Chinese flower I'm seeing there? It's like an orchid, I suppose, a bit like an orchid, but it's with the... Anyway, I love it. It's beautiful, whatever you call it. Bright and beautiful, this show is called. The Amy Butler Field Poppy Fabric in Rose from the Violette range, £6.95 for half metre. Now, obviously, you're getting a metre there. Let me just show you. So for your £6.95, that's what you'll get for your £6.95. Still beautiful, though, isn't it? Really, really lovely. Gorgeous. Oh... Gorgeous fabrics. I know some of you don't like it when I get overexcited. Some of you love it when I do. But sometimes you can't not, can you? You can't not get excited because the thing is, where do you stop? Where do you stop? Because they're all beautiful. Now, very quickly, just three blenders that Hannah picked for you to go with these. I'll just show you here. Look. Now I picked that. Three blenders that Hannah's picked for you to go with this range. This is the white, which now personally, I don't want to go against Hannah's design skills, but I wouldn't pick white to go with these three fabrics. But Hannah would. So there's the three. There's the optical white. There's the white. Let me take that away. There's the white on its own. Now, it's called optical white because Laura called it that, and it is so bright white, like an optician's coat. Do you know what I mean? Do they wear white coats still, opticians? I can't remember. £3.25 for half a metre. So that's the white one. Then we're going to move on to... I'll just wait for the colour. The technical name for this one... Not technical name. The name for this one is... Mauve. Mauve Mist. The reason we're confused is because they've all been renamed since we started. Mauve Mist, this one. Oh, yes, that's a perfect name for this one. £3.25 for half a metre. Let's have a look. Oh, sorry. Exquisite. Look. Well picked, Hannah. Well picked. Beautiful. OK, and then last but not least, in the Spectrum Solid range, I love these pink. Oh, look. How gorgeous do they look together? I'll move that one out. I can tell you the code. It's written on here if you want. The code is QBMY51. It's the one you got confused about in prep earlier. Isn't it, Jay? It's the one she got confused at earlier, isn't it? Oh, he's shaking his head. I don't know. Don't ask me. It's on the website at £3.25 for half a metre. Apparently there's an issue. What colour is it called, though? Oh, we can't tell him. We'll have to look that one up. It's what? Magenta? That's not magenta. Don't give out any old name. We'll find out for you. Right. Now, the two pieces that people have asked to see back. This one first. Carol wanted to see this again. This is lovely. Now, this is the one that, was it Linda? Somebody messaged in earlier, didn't they, saying they were going to make their daughter's, things in their daughter's bedroom out of this. It's lovely, isn't it? Beautiful, beautiful. Like a ditzy, bigger. It's a ditzy print, but a little bit bigger, isn't it? You've got orange, blues, greens, yellows, all sorts of colours going on in there. Really, really lovely. Now, this is the floral on cream background. This is by the Papillon range by Macauer. £5.45 for half a metre. It's very easy. Just dial the number 0800 112 44 33. Or, of course, come in on the web, www.sewingquarter.com. Bright and beautiful, and that sums up the whole hour, doesn't it? So that's that one for... Was it for Sue wanted to see that one? Did you say? Oh, Carol, sorry. Carol, no. She did say Sue, but she read the wrong email. So Carol first. Now, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised people want to see this. Jay, have you got the loose one as well? This is the Joel Dewberry Fat Quarter. You get... there's 26 pieces in there. This is what I started with at the beginning. 26 pieces for £109.95. Lots of you asking this. It's a collaboration with Free Spirit. You know Free Spirit only work with the best designers, only work with the best fabrics at £109. That is how your Fat Quarter will arrive. But I have to do this. I've only got a couple of minutes because I need to get on to Kaffe Fassett. But this is how. These are the fabrics. I'm just going to move it. These are the fabrics that you're going to get in this Fat Quarter. They are just exquisite. There's that lovely lotus one that I loved from earlier. Geometric ones. Oh, that one goes there. Then there's the circle one you saw before. There's the golden one that we sold in the by the half metre. Then there's that floral, that geometric. There's so much going on in here. And also, like Hannah was saying earlier to me, if you don't use it all in one project, then save it and use it for lots of different projects because the colour ranges are just beautiful. Look at this, look at this. I'm still going, still unpacking them all. There's that one. It's going to keep you going a while. And also, all the joy, the joyousness of all of the, if a fabric can be joyous, of all of these fabrics. Oh, there's the cumulus one that you saw earlier. And then there's it in pink. I mean, there's, look, so much going on. 26 pieces. Each piece just over £4, wasn't it? £109.95 for 26 beautiful Fat Quarters. The Joel Dewberry Free Spirit Atrium range. I mean, it's, as I say, this is how it'll arrive. This is how yours will arrive. I love it. I love it. You see, even like that, I want to keep it like that sometimes, but obviously you can't. It's just lovely. All those colours, all perfectly matched to go with each other. Whether you use them in one project or several projects, £109.95. Oh, do you know what I haven't done yet? I haven't told you about my books. I've got books in this hour as well. They'll be out all day, so don't worry about it. Should we go? Oh, now there's a book. People are already asking to see this. I'll just move this out of the way, because that shouldn't be there. Right. Let me move to books to one side. This is just... Oh, hello. This is just stunning. Now, where shall we start? This one first. I'll just move it. Ooh. The brakes aren't on the table. Look. Now, these are Kaffe Fassett Fat Quarters. They're the Kaffe Fassett Collective. And they are beautiful. We love these and you love these. We brought them back because so many of you are... That's the cabbage print, that one there. And then that beautiful chrysanthemum floral. The Kaffe Fassett Collective Classic Fat Quarter Pack in green. There are 5 different designs in there, but I do have to open a couple of them for you because they are absolutely stunning, aren't they? I'll just lift them up because you're not... there you go. There you go. Seeing all the different colours in there. £21.95. We love this fabric. The quality, but the colours. As you know that Kaffe is designed for so many people. I met him once when he came on this morning. And one of the very first sewing projects I ever did was a Kaffe Fassett ermine tapestry. Look at that. Look at the exquisite design of that fabric. It's like Chinese chrysanthemums, isn't it, that one? There you go. Oh, isn't that just Beautiful. What will you use this fat quarter for? This is the green fat quarter. I'll just put it back there because I want to show you the cabbage design as well. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, now look. You've obviously been waiting because the green one's going already. The green. Look. Isn't that beautiful? £21.95. So you get 5 fat quarters in the pack for £21.95. Remember, no matter how many items you buy during the day, you only pay one P&P of £2.95. So that's the green one. I'll go through them all again for you in a second, but I want to show you them all because people are wanting to see all the different colours that are available here. So I'll just fold that one up nicely. Otherwise, I'll get into trouble. Right, so that's the green one. Then which one's next then, Hannah? Okay, so I'll just move that to one side. Okay, look at this one. Oh. Exquisite. Exquisite. This is the red. This is the Fassett Collective Classic Fat Quarter Pack in red. £21.95. The thing is, oh, I'll just lift them up for you. Look at the colours. £21.95 for a Fassett Collective Classic Fat Quarter in red. This is the red one. So you're in the call centre, you want the red one. If you're looking at the screen, at the shopping list below the screen, this is the red one. I've got to show you this one because this is Hannah's favourite. We love it. It's kind of geometric tree bark. Now, even though it's a red, they say it's the red. Look at that. How amazing is that going to look? Really lovely. A beautiful, beautiful, beautiful print. But this, I love this one. I know. Hannah's saying, if we'll buy one, we'll buy this between us, and then I'll have this one. Look at that. How sumptuous is that? How stunning is that? How beautiful is that? £21.95 for the red. That's the red fat quarter. Oh, do you know what? I've just seen the time. Right, then we need to move on to... Have you seen enough of the red? I'll come back. If you want to see any of these, just let me know and I'll bring them back. That's the red one. So then, this one. Big. This has kind of got beautiful, beautiful tones in this one. Now, this is called red as well, but this is red pack 3. What did that one have a number then? I didn't see a number. I would have read it out, I thought, if the number was there. There's no number on the other red one, so the other red one is just called red, but this is called red pack 3. Now, to be honest, I'd say it was more pink. I'd say it was more pink orientated, because again, you've got that lovely chrysanthemum. Look, look, look. And there was orange in there, look. Oh, waft it out. Oh, that is stunning, isn't it? Isn't it lovely? Now, this is the joy of a fat quarter, isn't it? This is the joy of a fat quarter. It's introducing you and supplying you with lots of different styles of fabric from the Fassett Collective. Then we've got this. I mean, he's just an illustrator. He's a painter. He does everything. He loves colour, never afraid of colour. So they call that one the Red Pack 3. If you want that one, give us a call, 0800 112 4433. Or, of course, go to www.sewingquarter.com. That's the Red Pack 3. Now, moving on. Oh, now that there's Hannah's favourite tree, geometric tree bark there. Now, look at that. This is blue. Oh, it's very confusing. I do apologise. This is blue pack 3 as well. Blue pack 3 as well. Oh. Again, look at the colours in there. You get 5 pieces, remember. 5 pieces in the Fassett Collective Classic Fat Quarter for £21.95. Aren't they lovely? Aren't they beautiful? You could mix and match, maybe get the green and the blue, or get the green and the red. Okay, last but not least in this range is this one. Oh, there's polka dots in this one. Ooh. Now, again, we've got the cabbage fabric. We've got the pansies in the snow, I call this one. Geometric, the polka dot. Aren't they lovely? £21.95. Now, these are blue pack 2. I'm sorry to confuse you with the names, but all you need... The thing is, if you're confused about any of it, just go to the website, where you're watching us online, just scroll down the page, and they're all listed there. This is £21.95. The Kaffe Fassett Classic Fat Quarter Collective Classic in blue, pack 2, £21.95. They are just stunning, aren't they? Now, if you want to... I was going to say, if you want to see any of them again, let me know, but I'm about to run out of time here. Oh, somebody wants to see the which one? The green one, very quickly, so I've just got a minute left before Lucy joins us. The green one. This is lovely, isn't it? Beautiful. Kaffe Fassett Collective. This is green pack 2. This is... We don't know where pack 1 and pack 3 is, but this is pack 2. Really, really beautiful. £21.95. Exquisite colours, exquisite fabrics, exquisite designs, everything. I mean, Lucy, who's coming up next, she adores Kaffe Fassett. She absolutely loves it. Last week, she made a Kaffe Fassett quilt. Absolutely stunning. Right, don't go anywhere, because up next, it's not just me, it won't be... Lucy's up, lovely Lucy's up. Now she's got something new to show you. We've got these templates. Don't go anywhere, because we've got these amazing templates, and she's doing a very, very traditional quilt block. Don't go anywhere. I'm going for a quick cup of tea now. I'm going to get this fixed. You go and get a cup of tea. I will see you back here with Lucy Brennan in 3 minutes from now.
Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @SewingQuarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air. Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing, as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter!
The Sewing Quarter is a new inspirational sewing and quilting channel here to help educate our viewers with some of the best designers in the business. We hope to bring you some exciting demonstrations with some of the top industry experts. We're part of the Immediate Media family. Immediate Media is a fast-growing multi-platform company who operate some of the most loved brands across the UK. Our brands range from our first TV shopping channel adventure with Jewellery Maker to several successful magazines such as Simply Sewing, Radio Times, BBC Good Food and many more. We've been working incredibly hard to set up and bring you our new exciting channel, and we hope that we can help inspire you with new ideas and projects.
Stop being so happy. She's like dancing. She's ever so excited to be here. My microphone pack's just fallen off and everything. It's all going on today. It's all going on today. Hello.
Hello.
How are you? It's so lovely to see you.
Very well.
Now, it's Quilter's Corner today.
Yeah.
So if you could just get in the corner.
Oh, thank you.
You're the quilter and that's the corner. And nobody puts baby in the corner today.
Nobody.
This looks fascinating, but I don't know how you've done it. So I'm going to let you have this, because my last hour was like a nightmare for me.
Okay.
Technically wise, not fabric wise.
Take a breath.
I'll take a breath, because have you seen this? Have you seen this? Isn't that just hold that bit. Oh, there you go. Isn't that gorgeous? Isn't that fabulous? Dashwood fabrics, obviously, but that looks so intricate. And I want to know how to do it from start to finish.
Okay, I'm not doing this one today because it would take too long. It would take too long, longer than an hour.
Oh, we're going to have some tips, are we, today?
Yes, we'll have some tips. We're going to do that one there.
Oh, OK,
so,
let me just hold that up there for you. This is the one I was talking about. Remember I said before the break we were doing a traditional... What's that one called?
Tumbling blocks.
Hannah's answering for you, see. I've got an expert with me, thank you, Hannah. Now, that looks like a cubist painting, doesn't it? That's fantastic,
yeah.
The colours in there and everything. Right, OK, so let's start from the beginning. What are those? OK,
so I've got some templates.
Right.
And you get a set. They come in a range of different sizes. It comes like that.
Oh, OK.
Like a little set. And you get it in a nice little... bag as well.
In, thank you. So that's the mini triangles, that one. Oh, and I'll put my glasses on. Is this the right bag for it?
There's mini triangles and the diamonds.
So 3/4 inch, 1 inch, 1 1/4 inch, 1 1/2 inch, 1 3/4 inch, 2 inch, 2 1/2 inch, and 3 inch. Obviously, now I'll measure those into centimetres for you in a second. But they're all in inches on the packet. Now, just tell me about these templates. Why are they so special?
They're great. I love them. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of things that you can do with them, and I'll bring up different things as we're going along of the different things that you can do with them.
Right, hang on a second. We've got the graphics for the triangular one in, which is the one I've got on my hand here. There we go. They're fantastic. Now, you can explain everything in me because they've got holes in them and everything. Now, while we were prepping, I went, oh, this is lovely. How'd you get them off? And she went, don't you dare undo that, John Scott. So these, at £13.95, she's got very, very protective over these. So I'm not going to touch them. I love that big, like,
I have
tag.
Them mine. I know, the tag, it's nice,
so easy.
Isn't it?
And they're good to store like that as well, aren't they? In your...
you can hang them up if you've got a craft room or something. You can hang them up really easily and keep them... I would keep them together. I think those little ones could get a bit lost.
Oh, yes, totally, yes. This is the diamond one here that we're going to show you the graphics, and then I'll promise I'll let Lucy get on. But it's a diamond like that, almost like a parallelogram or trapezogram, whatever it's called. Trapezium. At £13.95. Oh, there's the centimetre. Now, isn't that funny? On the packet, it's in inches, but on the graphics, it's in centimetres. 1.9 to 7.6 centimetres. Right. So it's your show.
Yeah, and it does... I will just say... Oh, well, I'll show you in a minute, but the largest one actually goes a ½ inch bigger because you can just trace around the whole thing and then add your own 1/4 inch seam. So there is like a little extra.
So these templates have got...
They've got the 1/4 inch seam all the way around, yeah. And I actually quite like the bags as well because I'm travelling a lot. It's nice that you can, because these are a bit pointy. Yes. It's quite nice you can keep them in those bags. Just chop that bit off, and it's a little seal. It's resealable little bag, so you can keep them in. It's just got that little bit there. So.
Oh, it's got the little
so it's like a little resealable. So just take all the bump out.
Like the Posh Peas bag.
Take all the bump out and cut them off, and then you've just got a little zip bag to keep them in. Yeah, I think things like that are quite handy.
You always need storage in your workroom.
You do.
So all that,
and then you're not going to lose. You're not going to lose them. Should you not want them on the
but you can just leave the handle and walk like that through the station in the morning when you come through. Lucy's on her way. I'm here with my templates.
I'm not sure that I'll be doing that, but you could
I can't
if
imagine
you wanted
smiling
to.
at that time in the morning.
No, probably not. Not at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Less of ours, more of quilting, please.
OK, so it just comes on the little loop attachment thing. So you just unscrew it, and it pops open like that. And then you can just slide them off, which ones you need, put them back on. So it's just a little screw.
We like that.
Like that, just screws in together. So that's very simple. And then they just slide off. And they do come off either end, which is another thing I think is quite useful. I know that sounds silly, but if you want the bigger one, you don't have to take them all off.
Oh, OK.
Is what
if you want the middle one.
If you want the middle one, then obviously you have to. And now I'm just going to make a right mess, aren't I?
I'm just being difficult.
Just pop that back on there.
Because you could have your name, if you're buying them as a gift, you could have that. You could go to one of those places where you have your dog and your cat tags. You put, with love from Lucy.
You could do that. That would be nice.
I've already done one for Hannah for her birthday. I haven't told you yet.
So, I've used these in a few different ways, and I've got some other templates coming up on the show later as well, and I'm using it in another way on that show. But what's really nice is the templates all have that 1/4 inch seam all the way round.
Yes.
And it also gives you the measurement of the finished shape. So this diamond is a 3 inch finished.
Right.
But it adds the 1/4 inch seam for you all the way around.
You can see that there, because luckily you're wearing a dark top, so that's quite good.
So there, it's got the measurement there, 3 inch.
Yes.
And then that line, those lines that are carved in there are the 1/4 inch all the way around. So it makes things really, really simple and easy for you.
I can see holes in there as well.
And the holes are fantastic. I do a lot of machine sewing, but I really love hand sewing as well. So I do some English paper piecing, and I do just straight hand piecing, which is just where you draw your lines on and sew the pieces of fabric together. So no papers.
I'm going to show you the back of this now.
Yeah.
That's right. So it's all hand stitched?
So it's all completely hand stitched. So I use the templates, draw around them, and then you just put a dot in through the holes, and then you connect the dots to draw the lines. So you're not drawing around the template, you're cutting the fabric with the template.
Right.
And then you put dots in the holes.
Yes.
And then you can draw the lines.
Well, you can see it on one of these out here. So,
yes.
So on this one on the outside here, can you see that? I can see the 4 dots in the 4 corners, and you just use your ruler and just join them up. So that's your seam allowance done there. Now, I always thought, this might be my ignorance now, that when you did, I might be completely wrong. When you did hand, because you've stitched those by hand, but the same way as you would do on a machine
so running stitch.
Yes, I always thought when you did hand quilting that you put your 2 together and you stitched across there. Is that wrong?
That's like a whip stitch. You do that with English paper piecing.
Oh, I knew I'd seen it somewhere.
Yeah, but this one you put the fabrics with the right sides together.
Like you would do on a sewing machine.
And then you stitch through. So on the line, you would just stitch from corner to corner.
Oh, wow.
Through the 2 pieces.
Neat. It's incredible.
So I've done that one by hand. And then this is a Mexican star is the name of this pattern.
Oh, okay.
And then to finish it off, I would add these larger diamonds around
and that would make your block
outside, and that would make a block, which would then become a hexagon.
And you've used that template, so I'm just going to
And I've used that one for that, but then I added my own 1/4 inch seam, so I got that larger size from that last one. Which was quite lucky because I hadn't really worked it out before I did it. I just started and had a go. And so I've used the triangles, just the triangles and the diamonds in there to create that pattern.
That's fantastic. Now, I'm going to ask a question with nothing to do with this show. So you'd literally just put that right sides together like that, if you were putting that panel in there?
Yes. So I would sew from that dot to that dot.
Yes.
And then
twist it round.
Yeah, from that dot to that
Does
dot.
it not get a little bit of a handful the bigger you get when you're doing a hand stitching one?
No, not really.
It's practice, isn't it, really?
Yeah,
practice.
not really.
The templates, as you can see, the diamond one is that one there, $13.95. Oh, they're both the same price, and the triangle one there, $13.95. Okay,
so that's that.
That's fascinating. Did you make that on the train coming in
Which I
today?
love. No, I didn't. I spent a very long time making that. It's a long, that's sort of a long-term work in progress. It does take time to stitch the pieces, but it makes it much quicker having the templates because you can use your rotary cutter. You're not cutting everything out by hand.
And you do it on... Now, that's what I was going to ask you next. I think I've got this coming up in my next hour.
Mm-hmm.
Does this move?
Yes, it moves.
It's like a Party Susan.
This one is a Party Susan.
Do you know what do you call it? Party 7. You know, like the thing that's...
Lazy Susan.
Lazy Susan.
That's what I call them. Party Susan.
Well, no, because you get the Lazy Susan out for parties. Yeah. And you put crisps in that one, olives in that one, and you put something else in that one, and then you spin it around the table.
Don't do that on here. You don't want
I don't
oil
understand
or
how you
anything
use
on
it,
there.
then.
So, I've just pulled that off.
Is it not meant to come off?
That wasn't very clever.
Oh, no, I see. It's got the...
There we go. Yeah, because it clips into place like that. Okay. So when it's it's not going to move.
Yes.
You see, so if you use it just as a flat mat, which you can, it's not going to move anywhere. So for safety, that's excellent. And then gently, not as I was, you just can spin it round. So as I'm trimming these, I'll show you in a minute. As I'm trimming these,
have I jumped ahead again?
You're okay. Yeah, I can move it round to trim off all the edges.
Good.
I will need. Have we got a pen?
Have we got a pen?
I don't have one in my trolley.
Show, isn't there?
Is there one in your trolley?
Have I got one? Oh, it's on the other side of the sewing machine, apparently.
Oh,
there you go.
Oh, there we are. Just hadn't seen it. Thank you. So I'll show you how to use the templates. Today we're going to be doing... I'm putting my hand piecing away because I'm not going to do that today. You can start from the train going home,
yes,
I might very well do. No, I can do it in the hotel. So I'm going to be doing this one today. This is more of an intermediate block.
Right.
If you're a beginner and you want to have a go at it, by all means, I wouldn't stop you.
Right, now this looks more like an applique.
I've appliqued that just because I wasn't doing a whole quilt. You can do a whole... Just keep on going. So this isn't... like we normally have blocks in quilts. Yes. This is just made of the one shape, so it's just a patch. Right. So this is patchwork, and you would just keep building on it. You could say that one of the cubes is a block if you wanted, but it's different because you're keeping on. You keep on adding it, and actually, how it's constructed, you can do a block at a time, or which is what I'm going to do, or you can do it in rows if you wanted to.
But it looks complicated because it looks like an awful lot of corners.
There is an inset seam in there, also called a Y seam. I'll show you why.
I know
in a minute.
What you're going to say.
That's terrible. So, which can be a little bit tricky. I have on this one sewn it a different way. You can see there's a little pucker there, and I'm going to show you how to avoid doing that pucker. So that was one that I did a different way. Yes. Which you can do, and I think if you do it a lot, you probably can avoid it, but it's trickier. So I'm going to show you how to get those really neat corners. I did that one a different way, and then how to match them all up.
Okay, before we make it, Iris, no, it's not Iris. Helen has emailed in saying, "What are you fabrics those colours?" It's the Iris. It's this one here, the Iris. Oh, it's at the bottom there. £9.95 for the Iris. 8-piece fat quarter bundle, £9.95. You can see why it's called Iris, can't you? And then obviously the rotating mat there is £32.95. We'll show you more about the mat later. And I think I've got that mat in my next show, haven't I? I think I've got that mat in my next show anyway. Okay, so...
Our next show, because I'm coming with you.
Oh, you are coming on?
Yeah,
she's coming on, brilliant.
What's nice about those is you've got that gradient. Yes. So this is a perfect block to use with those fabrics. So I'm just going to move that one out of the way. Yes. I'm going to show you how I would cut the fabric using these templates. So the measurement that's on there is obviously your finished shape, but you shouldn't assume that the template is 3.5 inches, okay? Right. So you don't just want to add, depending on which one you're using, what you want to do, because we're going to cut strips first and then use the template to cut from the strips. Right. You can, of course, just put these on your fabric and do it one by one, but for the purposes of this, I'm going to cut the strip. So that...
This is going to send the camera wild now, because we've got squares on squares on flowers on squares.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
But so that one I need to cut at 3 1/4.
The strip?
The strip. So I need to cut the strip at 3 1/4 so that then I can cut these out of it. So just when
always check.
You know, if you're using templates like this, don't just assume that you're adding a 1/4 inch if you want to cut strips of fabric.
Of course, yes.
Now, if you want to do fussy cutting, which is what I did.
That in my last show.
Did you? Yeah, that's what I did in the centre there with the flowers.
Oh, yes.
So I fussy cut, you know, so it was all the same and they all match. So you've got that sort of ring of daisies. So that's fussy cut. These other ones I've just cut out of the strips, but these ones I wanted to have it in a pattern like that, so I fussy cut those from the fabric.
This fabric that you've used, so the Dashwood... Here we go. It's the Paper Meadow Fat Quarter, £19.95. I'll go through all the fabrics again with you in a minute. You will have seen it before when Angie made her quilted notepad, but I'll go through all of those in a second.
And they're gorgeous. Yes. And funnily, I already I had bought a couple of those prints in my stash already.
Had you?
Because, yeah, I love Dashwood fabrics, and these prints are fabulous. So I'll tell you which one's my favourite later on.
You're not allowed favourites?
Well, I am.
Yeah, all right then.
Hannah and I are allowed favourites.
Okay, just me.
So I'm going to do it from this side, because that's straight. Yeah, you can't have favourites, but everybody else can.
Pick on me.
Oh, no, it's not straight. I'm going to cut that off.
Okay.
So
what are you doing first?
So I'm just going to cut a strip so I can show you how to cut the template. So I'm just going to straighten that off. You always want to make sure that you're starting with a straight edge.
Yeah.
And then, because I've measured that one, I know that it needs to be 3 1/4.
Right.
Okay, so
you're just cutting strips to start
So I'm just going to cut a strip, yes.
Did you go to a party this weekend?
Because of my glitter.
Because you've got one glittery nail.
I didn't know. I just went to the nail salon and went, I don't want to be completely boring. Can I have a little bit of glitter,
Listen,
please?
of all the things, boring is not one word because it's about you.
So I've cut the strips.
So you cut them one by one now, you know, because the other day when we did it, when you weren't using a template, you stayed on the fold.
Yeah, you can stay on the fold. Actually, I did. And I might have cut more than one strip at a time.
Right.
That's up to you.
Yes.
But just to show you the technique, I'll just do that. And I really should have pressed this fabric before doing this.
The iron's on if you want me to
Well, I'm not going to use these pieces just now, so this is just for demonstration.
Am I going to need the iron for later?
I'm going to, yes, for later on, yes. So you can see now that at 3 1/4, that template perfectly fits the strip.
Yeah.
So what I really should have done is use the rotating mat for this bit, but anyway.
We can now, if you're coming on with me in the next show, you can show me.
See, now I have to turn it over. Yes, we'll do it on the next one.
Somebody who's watching us in bed? Janie. Janie's watching us in bed.
Oh, how lovely. That's where I'd like to be. No, just kidding.
Oh, she's using the excuse. Oh, that's like Julie, my sister-in-law. She's using the excuse that she's only got free view in the bedroom. So she can stay in bed and watch on free view.
Perfect, that's lovely. So you can see there, then I can just keep going and cutting out the shapes. So it's as easy as that. Really, really simple. And you just keep going along and you get those
yeah, there must speed things up a lot with the templates.
Yes, it definitely does. And the thing with something like this is you need accuracy.
Yes.
It's really, really... I mean, with all patchwork, accuracy is incredibly important. Yeah. But the templates make it an awful lot easier to get that accuracy.
Right.
So the real benefit... Because you could cut shapes just using... Your normal ruler. You absolutely can just cut shapes doing that. That's no problem. But what's brilliant about these is that you can draw in that seam allowance. So rather than having to do it by hand, marking all the, all the lines for the 1/4 inch, you just literally take a pen and dot in the corners there.
And this is the erasable ink pen we're using here, isn't it?
So this is the air erasable one. So I wouldn't do don't do all your pieces at once.
No.
Just do the ones that you're working with and then use some more. So that's just got the little point. Can you see there?
Yeah, yeah.
So that's just got those little dots there. So when we're sewing, we're basically going dot to dot.
Dot to dot, yes.
And just lining up. Now, if you've got a 1/4 inch foot on your machine, you don't need to draw the lines on. If you don't have a 1/4 inch foot on your machine and you're wanting to do some patchwork, it might be easier for you, if you're a beginner, to draw the lines on and then you really know where you're going.
Of course,
and
especially when you're just starting as well.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So, and that's really it.
Oh, okay.
And then you can start sewing them together. So if you wanted to do a star like I did in the middle of my handpiece thing, you could. And I'll show you how to do the tumbling blocks.
Because the tumbling block, it's kind of an optical illusion, isn't it? Because you're actually using diamonds to create squares, aren't you? Like 3D squares.
Yeah, 3D squares. Yeah. So with this block patchwork, you want to have 3 different colours. So you need to have a light, a medium and a dark. Hopefully that should be fairly obvious from that.
But you've mixed and matched. Now, would you always put then the same colour on what is essentially the top of the box to the sides of the boxes?
Well, I don't think you have to, and I've seen people do it all kinds of different ways, and if you turn it, you could have it. you can do it like that.
Oh, yes.
So that just gives a completely different effect.
Completely now.
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's right.
So that just gives a different effect. Personally, I just like it with the lighter ones on the top, but that's nice
I like
as well.
That best
you can have it on its side. Gives a different look. And there's no, you know, I've put it on a square, but you could do it. You know, you could have it like that. I mean, you can have it any which way.
If you make that on a duvet cover and you wake up and they're the other way around, you'll be like, where am I? Where am I? I'm the other end of my bed. Because when I was a child, I used to wake up.
Sort of labyrinth.
Well, no, I used to wake up at the other end of my bed. Yes. And so my head was at the
and
anyway,
you'd just
we'll
be very confused.
We've got the still of the fat quarter, so you can have a look at the colours in. There it is, £9.95. Now, I promise I'll let Lucy do some sewing now.
So that is... I've just done this as an example.
Yes.
This is not how you have to do this block. This is not the only way to do it. There are, you know, incredibly beautiful quilts made from tumbling blocks and different... Well, thank you very much. But different patterns and full quilts where the whole quilt is entirely... tumbling blocks. You don't need to applique it onto a background.
Right,
I have just done that for demonstration. Do you want to show the Dashwood
I want to show this now, because this is another one you made using these fabrics. But this is the same block, then?
That's the same block.
The same
I've just done it in a... Yes, but using the same template. So I've just scaled it up, and then I just did a little bit of quilting on it. I just think it gives it a nice modern... you know, look to the block.
Yes, exactly.
And I think that, you know, it works really well in these fabrics, and also to show you in a print how different it looks in a print. So, no, let's get it right. That would be the way I would look at it.
Okay. This is the Dashwood Studio 8-piece fat quarter in the paper Meadow range, £19.95 that Lucy's used to make this. Right, let's do some sewing.
Okay, so I've laid out I'm going to do the 3 as I've done in here. This one is the slightly smaller template, so I think this is the 2.5-inch template I've used here, and I've already obviously cut out all the pieces and just drawn the dots on. So I haven't done the lines, but if you wanted to do the lines, you can do the lines. So I've laid it out in the arrangement that I'm happy with.
Right. And
then, so you can see I've got 3 of the cubes, and you also can see how it doesn't fit together.
No.
Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
So if you were doing this at home and you go, well, but this doesn't fit in that, it's not supposed to.
Right.
So don't panic. You know, it's not like when you lay out squares, obviously they all neatly fit together. This is how it is supposed to look.
Yes.
So,
can I just say as well, if you didn't want to do the tumbling blocks, just move that there, because that looks lovely.
Yes, doesn't
you see,
it?
if you did that, 2 colours going and then 2 colours going... I don't know what block's that called, but using the diamond template, that looks lovely as well. I'm not saying your tumbling boxes don't, but you know.
No, that's okay. From a design point of view, these templates are fantastic because it really allows you to play with the different shapes and come up with different things. I'll show you later using it for English paper piecing, but you can, you know, draw them out onto paper and literally play like a jigsaw.
Yes,
you know, how they all fit together, and you can really come up with your own design. So they're brilliant for beginners. I'm going to show a beginner block later on. But for anybody that's into making their own designs, these are perfect.
Right, I've got to tell you something important before you start saying, no, I keep saying I'm going to let you sew. Half the stock of the diamond templates are sold out already.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Got all those different sizes. You can pay that price for one ruler of one, one size, and then you'd have to work it all out to cut it yourself. But you've got all of those done for you. Okay,
so we got 2. As you can see, they don't all match together.
They don't all match together. So the way there are different ways that you can sew. There's only a couple of different ways you can sew this together. But so I'm going to do it as if it was a rose, and I'm going to sew these 2 shapes together first, and then we're going to add that one.
So you make in essence you make a cube at a time.
I'm going to make a cube at a time. I think if you're going to do a whole quilt, you could do it by rows, but I think you're making more work for yourself. I would do it a cube at a time. Yeah, because that's how it would work well for me. So I'm going to sew these 2 together.
Yes.
And because I've used the templates, I know those are going to fit perfectly. I'm going to sew down this line, and I'm going to sew from 1 dot to the next dot. So I'm going to start at the dot. Normally we would start at the edge.
Oh,
I'm not starting at the edge. I'm going to start at the dot.
Okay, now is that for this cube template and cube design only? Because you not a lot of the time you carry on.
Yes, if it's for this design or any design where you would have this inset seam.
Wife.
You need
Not
to
Y-front,
start at the dot, not YC. Don't get me in trouble.
So you start sewing at the dot.
So I'm going to start sewing at the dot. What I'm just going to do is, because I did this at home and I just used a pencil, I'm just going to do that in purple.
You said the air erase blood had...
No, I'd used a pencil, so I'm going to... because it shows up much better. So.
Okay, that foot you've got on that machine, is that the 3/4 inch?
No, it's
is that the quarter
inch? Yes, it's the quarter inch.
Sorry, it's Monday
So this
morning.
is the 1/4 inch foot. On this machine, it has a stitch setting to move the needle for the quarter inch. So that just makes
We're
it...
using the 680. Please watch my show tomorrow.
Was it on?
Yes.
Is it?
You've got this machine, haven't you?
I know, I might jump on with you again tomorrow because I am in love with this sewing machine.
Fantastic.
It's fabulous. So I'm just going to position this so that the needle is going right into the centre of that dot. Okay, this is really important that you get it in that dot, because if you go even a stitch over, you're going to get puckers.
Is this the one where you said in prep this morning this could go horribly wrong?
Yes, it was. This is the one. At any point, it could go horribly wrong. So I want to backstitch to secure it, but I need to make sure that I'm not going into the seam allowance. Okay, I don't want to go past that dot. So I will do... Oh, hello. A couple of stitches forward and then a couple of stitches backwards, and that's it.
Right.
Phew. So I haven't gone past that dot.
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm just going to sew as normal and go down to that dot, and then it stopped, as it would on television, just before the dot.
Yes.
So I'm going to by hand... There we go. Get that last one in and make sure
that's hand cranking.
That hand, yes, by hand cranking.
She's getting so
and get it into that dot, and then to secure it, I'm going to backstitch.
Okay.
Just a couple, and then that's
you
it.
See now, as a dressmaker with a dressmaking background, that would throw me because I'd automatically run off.
I know.
Run off the end the whole time.
And also as a patchworker, because I do a lot of chain piecing, just going. So you kind of have to just concentrate, and so you're just sewing from dot to dot. So I'm just going to snip off those threads there. Little bit. So it's not going to show up too well because it's in white, but...
No, we should have sewn it in pink.
Oh, there we go. So you can see there. So I've literally sewn from dot to dot.
Yeah.
I haven't gone across it at all. And then when we open this out, you can see there that top part there is not joined together. And can you see that's like a Y?
Why?
Y. A letter.
Yeah.
Y.
Okay, that's it.
That's it.
Oh, okay.
So I think so. I'm just going to give that a press. I'm going to let me have a think about it.
This seems a block that you do have to, like you said at the beginning, it's an intermediate or one that if you've done. Don't try this if it's your very first. Because even your...
Do you know what? I never say never. If you want to do it and you've never sewn before, you go right ahead.
Yeah.
I wouldn't stop anybody from doing it. But this technique is a bit trickier, and it's not just that straightforward.
Well, yes, because normally you just go and you're having to go right. Because normally you press to the dark side, but you're pressing.
Oh, well, I've just done it because I'm going to sew down that way, so then it makes it easier.
Okay.
On my machine. But I would just press to the side on those. You don't need to press it open. Oh, so I've got that bit there, and then we're going to connect that bit that looks like it doesn't fit into that bit. So I'm essentially just doing the same thing. I'm kind of going to ignore this one for now, and I'm sorry, and line it up with this one. Yes. Because then I know that dot is going to be, if I've pressed it correctly, yeah, that dot is going to line up perfectly with the seam,
isn't it?
So then I'm starting again from the dot.
Yeah.
And only sewing to the dot.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to do
I'll
that.
let you sew that, then I've got an announcement to make.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you look at it, there are so many spaces where lots and lots of points meet on this, aren't there? So it's very important to get your precision.
Yes. I'm going to hand crank it again because that's just, I feel more comfortable.
A millimetre longer.
Well, you can, I mean, I'm using quite a small stitch anyway, but I just don't trust my foot in the same way I trust my hands.
Oh, okay.
So I would rather do that, just that last bit to make sure it's perfectly in that dot. And you may need to lift your foot and move your fabric backwards or forwards, depending on, you know, your stitch length and where you've started from. So I'll just go back to secure it. And then I'm going to take it off. Now, when I was saying about that one that has the little pucker in and the different way of doing it, some people prefer at this point to leave it in their machine with the needle down and turn.
Oh, my word, yes.
For me, and that's fine if that's what you want to do, that's another way of doing it, but for me, I find that it's tricky to get all of the fabric out of the way.
Yeah.
So I would prefer to stop at that point there, take it off, and move it round myself. So I'll just show you. So I've sewn it to that side, and now we need to sew these sides. So I just literally move it round like that. And what I want to make sure is that this bit here, can you see there?
Yeah.
Is completely out of the way and not stuck underneath that dot.
Because it looks like you're going to do a dart and make it into it looks almost like you're going to make a cone, doesn't it, really?
And if you, and that's why when I'm at my machine, if I'm with the needle down, I feel like I can't manipulate it well enough. Yeah. I prefer to take it out of the machine.
Like you say, it's personal choice.
Yeah, it's personal preference. Some people can do it really well. I don't like it as much as this way. So again, I'm just lining that up, making sure that's all in position, and then I'm going to start at that dot where my last seam finished and sew to the next dot.
So this is what we're avoiding, is this little... If Lucy did this one, like, just see, so there, the tiniest pucker there, but she did that one not taking it out of the machine and carrying on. But obviously all of these, she's doing the technique she's doing now by taking it out the machine.
And you may try it this way and find you get on better the other way.
Yes, exactly.
So of course you can try, try them both and see which one you prefer.
Right, I've got an update from Hannah. How many? There are less than 10 of the diamond set templates left. There are less than 10 sets left. Well, if I'm allowed to pick them up, I'll get told off. It's this one here. It's this one here.
Don't lose them.
No, I'm holding both ends, so don't lose them. Look.
They're my babies.
And then where you fasten them up is you just slide that into there and screw that tight. But that's how they come. £13.95. But there are only 10 sets left. Only 10 sets left. Right.
And it's just so great. You just can play so much and use... I'm not I have done teeny tiny piecing, so I'm not going to lie. I have done teeny tiny piecing, and sometimes I have an urge to do it and then do it and think, why?
Yeah, well...
But, what's really nice is you could create some sort of a harlequin pattern, and you could use, the smaller ones and build that up and put it next to a bigger one. There's just so much...
Yes, what you could do is
much play.
Use one of those... with 4 diamonds in to make the size of your big diamonds. You've got a big solid one and then one made of 4 little ones.
Wouldn't that be gorgeous?
Yeah.
And
next time.
What's so fun, I get so excited, but what's so fun about this is it's got that measurement on there for you. Yeah. So if you've got a 3-inch one and you want to do a 1.5 inch, it's just there. It's so easy.
Exactly. Now, before you open that out, let's just have a look at what it looks like. So you've just stitched.
So I've just stitched down that other side. Yeah. There, so from the point there at the bottom.
Yeah.
I always go the wrong way. There we go. That point there, and gone up the other way to connect that. And then if we open that out there, let's see. There we go. So now you want to give that a good press. So you can press, I would do, I think for most of them, you can press them one at a time, or you can connect them and then press them. Yeah. It's up to you, but you may find you press it one way and then when you connect it, it needs to go the other way. So, you know, it's personal preference, but I prefer to have them spinning.
Yes.
So I realise then I've got one seam on the lighter one and one, you know, but I just think it makes it flatter. So I have it as if it were a pinwheel and the seams are all going round. And then that bit just sort of opens out slightly in the centre there. Yeah. So I would give it a press that way. So shall I do that? And then
go on then.
I can make a couple more and show you.
It almost feels like it shouldn't go flat, though. Because...
Yes, it does. And you need to be careful when you're pressing it. Might just do it from the front first. It's easy. It's easier with the smaller pieces, actually, than it is the bigger ones, you know, to get it... flat.
Lots of lovely messages coming in for you, Lucy. Lucy is my favourite sewist on the Sewing Quarter.
Oh, thank you.
Who
said that? My mum.
Well, I don't know. She's so good at explaining techniques. I'm really enjoying the show.
Oh, lovely. So there we go.
That's from Pauline.
Oh, thank you, Pauline. Thank you. So that's it there.
Wow.
I'm doing it the wrong way, aren't I? Because that's my... There we go. So the I like the lighter one at the top, and then the darker and the darker one and the medium. So that's that.
Lorraine.
But you can move... You know, you can do that any which way
Has
you
put
like.
tumbling box on her to-do list because of you.
Yay!
Okay.
And it's I just need to press that a bit better, but... and you've got that seam in the centre as well, so that makes things a little bit
snip
tricky.
into it or anything like that.
I mean, that wouldn't
make any difference.
No, it wouldn't really make a difference. So I'm going to carry on going and get these ones so that I can show you how to
right,
connect it up.
We'll watch you sew, but before we do, if you've put one of these in your basket, you need to check out. You need to check out because there are 10 people with it sitting in their basket at the moment. Oh. Okay, right. There are only 4 left because putting it in your basket doesn't guarantee you've got it. What you need to do is check out. You need to check out. And I don't want to add any... there it is. I don't want to add any undue pressure, but there are more of you got this in your basket than we've got in stock. So you need to... But remember, you check out. You don't pay £2.95 every time. You just pay £2.95 for the whole day. It's consolidated at the end of the day. Okay. Right, now we'll watch you do that one then.
OK. I'm just going to say, though, don't forget those triangles, because there's an awful lot you can do with triangles. Beautiful stars, you know, star shapes and different things like that. So you don't just need diamonds for stars. You know, you can make them with the triangles as well. So
thank you.
That's all right. So I'm going to join together the...
Are these your personal ones?
Yes, they are.
Let's put them away.
The darker and... Well, I've not put that one on, just to be a bit obsessive-compulsive.
No, that's fine.
So I'm sewing the darker and the medium ones together, like I did in that first step, just lining them up. And I should say as well that I don't pin, like I know a lot of the designers on here don't. But that's not to say that you can't. And if you're more comfortable pinning, of course... go ahead and pin these in place. So you're just wanting to make sure that you're starting with your needle on that dot and then just doing a couple of stitches forwards and a couple of stitches... wrong button. A couple of stitches backwards, but don't go past the dot.
Yes.
And then sewing all the way down to your next dot. Do it by hand if you want, and make sure you're ending in that dot. You're not going all the way to the edge, and then just going backwards a couple of stitches. That's it. So
okay, I hate to do this. The triangles, which we've got a still of here, they're now limited as well. They are now limited as well. There's the triangles. The graphics will come in now. £13.95. There you go. They're limited stock. Just to warn you, they are limited stock. Blimey. Lucy Brennan, look what you do.
They're so useful, and I think people that sew will recognise how useful they are. Yeah. And there are more things that I haven't even talked about that you can do with them. So
when's the Lucy Brennan quilting book coming out then? That's what you need to do next, isn't it? Share your tips. Kay.
I would enjoy that.
Did you say Kay? Kay thinks you're very good at demonstrating.
Hi, Kay.
And you're very inspirational.
Oh, thank you very much. That's lovely.
It's not the word I use.
Stop. You love me, really.
I do adore you. I have to tell you. I do.
OK, so now we're going to do the Y seam. So making that Y.
Why?
Stop. There's a great children's book called Why Has a Long Tail, and it's the child asking why all the time. Why, as children tend to do. Yeah. And then he ends up just saying, because why has a long tail. I really like that, so I say that to my children often when they're doing the why game.
So you're calling me a child now, like you're an annoying child, like your children.
My children are not annoying. It's a game.
Oh, it's a game. Sorry.
The why game.
It's just me that's
the why
annoying.
Game. No, it is a bit annoying. Not you.
Why?
The why game is annoying. There we go. Well, we'll be doing it all day.
I'll stop. No, because we'll get messages.
Why? So, again, I know I'm repeating myself, but it is really important. You're starting at the dot.
No, it's important.
And sewing to the dot in the middle. And you can feel that. So that dot there is going to lie directly on that seam. So you can pin it into place. Yeah. You know, and you can check that the pin coming up through the seam is going through the dot if you rather. But I can just feel it with my finger that that's exactly where it's supposed to be. And because we've used those templates and it's completely accurate, it makes it so simple. So just 2 stitches forward and back. I did 3 then. It's okay.
As long as you don't go beyond.
Just don't go beyond. And you can see, I'm glad that's happened actually. And because I'm using my 1/4" foot, it's caught that next piece.
In a good way.
Don't be alarmed. No, it's not good. It's good to show people because this is what might happen at home. I avoided it somehow the first time, but it can easily happen. So with my needle down, I'm just moving that out of the way and because it's sewing through this, you know, sometimes because it's going over the top of the fabric because this is sticking out, it can just catch on the foot. And if you see that happening, you just stop with your needle down, or put your needle down if you need to make sure that line carries on straight and you're getting to that dot perfectly. So it's not the end of the world if it catches. It happens. You just need to be mindful of it and move it out of the way. And then it will go happily. The foot will work happily over the top of your fabric there. That's not doing any harm. So I'm just sewing right up to the dot, and then going back. Oh, it's gone over.
Lucy
Brennan, I'm going to take it out. Oh, it was bound to happen. I knew something like this.
So what would you do now in that situation?
So I'm just going to take it. I'm going to unpick it because I cannot have that little. Even that little stitch there is going to cause me problems. So
you only unpick the 1 stitch?
I'm just going to unpick that 1 stitch. And then all I'm going to do is I'll go back in and just do a little back, sort of start again from further down and do a little back stitch.
So you don't take the whole row of stitches
out?
No,
I'm not going to unpick everything. I only did 1 stitch by mistake.
OK. The diamond setter All right, check out your basket. If you're going, not everybody who's got it in their basket will be getting it. There are more if you've got it in your basket than we've actually got. And then the triangular one at the top there. And then Lucy's using her little scissors to take out those that one.
Well, I shouldn't be. I should be using a seam on ripper, but I didn't have one, so I'm just making do.
Oh, Linda's watching in bed as well.
Hello, Linda in bed. There we go.
Oh. Right, OK, she's getting some tips before she goes to her studio, in brackets, shed,
Oh, I love that.
To make a quilt.
I'd like a shed. I just literally went very slightly over the dot, and if I'd have done that, it would have gone
you wouldn't have had
on
a Y,
to the next.
would you?
I would have had a sad-looking sort of a U,
or
something strange. Yes. So I unpick that, and then what I'll do is I'll just go back in and just start up here, go back and go over it just to secure it, and that will be fine. But I do not want to do that.
Asking what the fabric is. It's the Dashwood Studio. Oh, hang on. Do we want to see you stitching?
Well,
I'm
literally just going over it and stopping at the dot and doing a little back stitch. That's all I'm doing.
So the fabric we're using is the Dashwood Fat Quarter. It's lovely. So you've seen this one. That's one you haven't. Well, this is one you love, isn't it? It's in this quilt here. I'll show it to you there. In fact, if I get that out, you see, there's that one there. That's one I've just got to there. Then we've got that flower one, which you saw in the hand one where Lucy fussy cutted. Fussy, it doesn't sound right. Fussy cutted.
I fussy cut it.
Fussy cut it out from there. Oh, that's the same one. Then we've got the one, the lovely one here that we've got, the little geometric one. Then there's the same as the navy blue one, but in orange. Then we've got this one that we're using. Oh, no, we're not using that one in this one. That's that one there. And then there's that one. And then there's this one. And then there's that one. Beautiful, beautiful. £19.95 for all that fat quarter, which just used a few of here, haven't you?
They're gorgeous. I used that pinkier one in.
Oh yes,
that's that one.
And there's the fussy cut,
which is nice because it's kind of striped but not. This fabric is my favourite one, and this is the design is based on washi tape. The Japanese washi tape, which is like the paper tape, which I know Sammy loves. I love it too. I've got one in my sewing kit.
Hers was spotty like that, one. Sammy's was.
Yeah, it's so useful.
But it's called washi tape. Is that the real?
Washi tape? Yeah, it's Japanese.
It's just like a masking tape.
The washi tape is what it is. Yeah, it's like a. Yes, that's exactly. It's paper tape, so you can it doesn't leave any sticky. It's low tack.
We'll have to get that, won't we?
Low tack tape, but it comes in all different. It's hard. I love fabric.
Yes.
I also love stationery. Equally passionate, possibly about both. So combining them just thrills.
Well, when you do paper cutting or whatever it's called, then paper piecing.
Yeah, paper piecing. Love it. I love pens. I love all that kind of stuff. But the tape comes in all different designs. Don't you think I'm crazy? All the different it comes in loads of different designs. It's beautiful.
And
it's very nice. You can get it anywhere.
No,
loads of places.
Right, okay.
I think we should
Lisa's
get some.
in, isn't she, today?
Yes, I'll tell her.
Who does our buying? Yeah. She's in today, so I'm going to go and talk to her
gingham dots.
All right.
Metallic ones.
I could have a whole show. What's it called? Washi tape.
Washi tape.
John Scott's. I'm going to design my own. Washi tape. Sewing
can we
collab? Tape. Yes, of course we can now. Anyway.
Okay, so I've sewn this side of this diamond, and then what I need to do is get this bit over here. So I've sewn down that bit, and I need to sew it to this side here. So I've stopped at my dot. I'm just going to turn it like that and do that. Now, can you see how easy it is to get that stuck in there? So I've turned it like that, and I'm just going to, with my fingers, just manipulate that so it's come right out of the way. And I can feel there's no, you get used to, okay, that's only 2 layers of fabric. Yes. That one's not going to get stuck in there. And then I'm going to go back to the machine and sew line that one up like that, and sew from the dot to the dot.
Perfecto.
Could be an X-Man or something, couldn't it? Perfecto.
It could be what?
Like an X-Man. You get like Magneto. Okay, that's a total geek thing.
No.
Perfecto man.
Stationery, fabrics, and superheroes.
That's me. That is me in a nutshell. Hannah knows. Hannah has a Superman, and I have a Superman on my scissors that somebody gave me, which I love. Little Lego
Superman scissors.
No, I've got scissors. My embroidery scissors have a little Lego Superman attached to them, so I know that they're mine.
Okay. And Hannah, what's Hannah's
Hannah, our producer, it's on her keys. Her Superman.
It lights up her.
We bonded as soon as we met.
Oh, okay.
Because
That's nice. I'm not feeling left out at all.
We both had a
now.
Superman. Oh, I'll get you a Superman.
No, it's fine, thanks. No. You'd love my friend Dan. He's the costume supervisor on all those Marvel films.
Get out.
Honestly,
really?
Yeah.
We'll have to talk about that later.
Yeah. We won't. Fabric £19.95 while Lucy stitches it. What time is it? Oh, this hour's flown by. I thought we were about 15:15. We've only got a few minutes left.
No. I haven't shown how to sew them together. Okay, I'm going to do this really, really quickly. I'm going to try. Okay, so that's another one. Are you completely averse to pressing?
Could you... You want me to press? I'll press for it.
Yeah, okay. Just be careful. I'm going to try and do this one together.
Hannah? Susan asks, can you do tumble boxes hand-stitched?
Yes. Completely honestly, if I was going to make a whole quilt of these, I would do it by hand.
And why is that, then?
Because... that's my personal preference. If I'm going to make something like this and put a lot of time into it, you know, and also just for sort of the accuracy, I think, you know, by hand is... I've already made a mistake here, you know. I'd like hand sewing. So absolutely, yes, you can do it by hand. You can hand piece them. You could English paper piece them if you wanted to.
Right, I've pressed these seams cartwheel style. Is that what you called it earlier?
Pinwheel.
Pinwheel style.
But I'll go with cartwheel. I like that too. So that's that one. And then I'm going to attach this one. So actually, when you get in, you know, when you're in the swing of it, it's quite easy, and it literally is just dot to dot. So if you've ever done a dot to dot picture,
which everybody's done a dot to dot.
Everybody's done a dot to dot picture, then you'll be right. So just making sure that dot's matching that seam nicely. You're tidying up for me, John, thank you.
No, because they're sold out.
So I'm
So I'm just giving you your triangular ones back.
Oh, sorry.
There's still people's baskets to check out. If you've got it in your basket, check out. Well, they're turning up with even more earpieces for me now. Listen, we'll just leave it. I'm not having a break like the last one, thank you. We'll sort it out when we finish the show. Thank you. We've got to go and ask Lisa to buy washi tape as well.
Yes, we have.
I could watch you working for hours, you know.
Oh.
No, because it's fascinating and watching a skilled... Oh.
I'll just press this
one. Singing now while we're
I know, my hum. That's what I do at home. Hum, hum,
you know Jay, floor manager Jay, in the morning,
yes.
Mr. Iron, all the fabrics, he has music blaring out of the
does
ironing
he?
room, yes.
What music does he have?
I couldn't quite understand what it was.
Understand.
No, that's the wrong word.
Was it that bad?
Yes.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
I can't remember what it was. No, it won't be drum and bass. I like drum and bass. Do
you like a bit of drum and bass?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Euphoria.
Okay, so
I love Euphoria.
That's my...
Just so.
That's the 3 blocks there, so I'm going to do the 2 together. So basically,
yes.
What I'm doing now is how I'd put one together.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll just talk you through it.
Yeah.
But basically, that is the 3, is the same as doing one of these. So you put these 2 together and then fit that one in there. You see?
Still following the dots.
So still following the dots. So... If I'm putting these 2 together, I can check that those are lined up.
Yeah.
And actually, you are doing it from the seam line then.
Of course, on that one, yes.
Because you've already done it. So I've sewn up to the dot there. So then I would just put my needle back in there, making sure I'm only going through these 2 fabrics here. I don't want to catch
Oh, no, of course.
those.
Yes.
So I push those sort of out of the way.
Yeah.
And starting where I stopped sewing, so that seam there, start from there and sew all the way down to that dot.
Yes, because there's still
That's
a dot
not
at that
lined
end,
up
because
properly,
that's
but-
still a free end, that one, isn't it? Then?
Yeah. So make sure that those are matched up
Yes.
all the way round, and then sew down to that dot, and then you just put that one in the same way as you put that
So
that
if you've got a
diamond
Y,
in.
does it create a Y thing in the big
So
thing
that's
then?
a Y.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
then when you've sewn those together,
Yes, there's
you've
a
got
Y.
another Y seam. Now, the one thing to be mindful of is how turning these things around. I would always lay it out to be sure that you're getting your rows together. When I made that one, I might have had some unpicking to do because I did accidentally turn one of the blocks, and you lose the effect then. The whole point of doing the tumbling blocks like this and having those, the light, medium, dark, is so that you create that pattern. And if one of your blocks is going the wrong way, you lose it
the illusion,
completely.
like the opposite
So
illusion.
do be very careful when you're sewing them together that you're
got
doing
them
it
all
right.
Yes, just check between each one.
Just
really.
check between each one,
That
yes.
is the Iris 8-piece fat quarter there, £9.95, which Lucy made the first tumbling blocks out of. And then the second one, oh, there it is. And then this is the Dashwood one here. All those beautiful colours. Fat quarter. Right, where's the graphics for? Sorry. There they are. £19.95. Don't go anywhere. Now, officially, you're back in an hour's time with more quilting, but you're going to stay, aren't you, with my next
am.
Because I've got tools and things for your quilting room. And what better than to have an endorsement from somebody who uses quilting tools. So don't go anywhere. I'll be back in a minute. I'll be standing up. I think she's going to be sitting down. See you in 3.
Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @sewingquarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air. Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter.
The Sewing Quarter is a new inspirational sewing and quilting channel here to help educate our viewers with some of the best designers in the business. We hope to bring you some exciting demonstrations with some of the top industry experts. We're part of the Immediate Media family. Immediate Media is a fast-growing multi-platform company who operate some of the most loved brands across the UK. Our brands range from our first TV shopping channel adventure with Jewellery Maker to several successful magazines such as Simply Sewing, Radio Times, BBC Good Food and many more. We've been working incredibly hard to set up and bring you our new exciting channel, and we hope that we can help inspire you with new ideas and projects.
So, what better? I'm so glad you're staying. I know you wanted to disappear off and have your breakfast and everything like that.
Fine.
We're now showing you different tools and things you need for your quilting workshop. Or any, you don't have to be a quilter, you could use it for lots of different things.
Yep.
But I just thought, what a better way, because I can tell you all about it, but I don't use them in my everyday life, whereas you use them.
Every day.
Not just every day, excuse me, but all day, every day.
All day, every
If you're, is it Instagram or Facebook or whichever one you're on, it's kind of, like even just fabrics. You love fabrics so much, don't you?
Yeah, I love it all.
Because you had, this morning you had texture, colour, and wasn't that this morning, was that last night? There was a picture.
Oh yeah, dots and texture.
Yeah, dots and textures. I do follow you, I do watch, I do listen. Right, so we're going to show you lots of different things, including 3 books. We're going to show you lots of different things for your workroom. So we're going to start with rotary cutters, right? So I'll get, oh, I love this fabric. This is the fabric for this. Are you sure I'm allowed to chop into this? This is beautiful. Oh, I love this. Right. Right, so rotary cutters first we're doing. So, Jay, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
So now, thank you. I've got 2 here. Right, okay. Now, they come, if I have a look at them in the still, I don't think I've got the real thing, but look at the still, right, of these, because, watch, they come with extra blades. So there's 45mm and 28mm that I've got here available, but they come with 5 blades. They come with 3 of the flat blades and 2 of like the pinking shear blades. Now I've not seen any of our experts, any of our designers use the pinking cutting edge, because they just always use it because they're mainly quilters. You just want that
Straight.
Straight edge.
Yes.
Can you get me a ruler, Jay, as well, just so I can put a ruler? Now, before I came here, because I'm a dressmaking background, I've never even seen a rotary cutting before. I've learnt a lot since I've been here about how you use them and everything like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to now. What we do is when a designer or an expert comes in, we say, "What would you like to use? What tool list have you got?" And nearly everybody asks for a 45mm. 45mm rotary cutter.
Yes.
Why do you think that is? Why would you all use a 45mm?
The 45mm is sort of the medium size. You can get there's larger cutters. I worked in a patchwork and quilting shop, and we use the 60 for, because we're cutting fabric all day long.
Oh,
so
okay.
we use the very, very big one. But for just at home, for just general use, it's just a really, really nice size. It will cut through more than 1 or 2 layers of fabric. You can get up to whatever you're, comfortable with. Layering it up. You don't want to do too many layers.
Yes.
But it's just really easy. It makes it so simple, so quick. Of course, you need to be careful with using it. It is a cutting tool,
yes, of course.
So you have to be very careful. But I will tell you, the very, very first quilt I made, which I made when I was at university, I used scissors, and I had no real clue what I was doing. I didn't know about rotary cutters and mats and rulers and all this kind of a thing. I'm sure they had been invented then. It wasn't that long ago, but it was a good few years ago, and I didn't know what I was doing, and I had just used scissors, and I was cutting out all these squares, and they probably weren't even square, if I'm really honest. I think I might have had a ruler, maybe. No idea what I was doing, and it just took forever, and I was only making a baby quilt, and I didn't make one for quite a few years after that, because it really put me off. I didn't know I didn't have any of the... You don't need to have, you can do it with scissors, of course you can, but it was just laborious.
Mm-hmm. Right, so the safety element that we were talking about earlier, this has got a safety catch on it here. What you really need to do, and you'll, what's the word I'm looking for, but you'll agree with this, you have to get used to closing it all the time when you finish. So press the button and pull the blade. So now you see the blade is completely revealed. You do your cutting, and then immediately you close it.
Yes.
Before you put it down.
When I'm teaching classes, anyone that's been to one of my beginners class will tell you, I am really quite strict about, from the very beginning, when you start to use a rotary cutter, as soon as you've finished that cut, as you're lifting the rotary cutter, you flick, if you've got this kind, you flick that so that it's shut before you've moved it.
But I've noticed that when I've stood here watching you cut, like when we were doing the strips earlier, you literally, I won't do it, but you literally go plump, 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 and then it's second nature to you now to do that, isn't it?
I do it every single time I would do it. It's just a habit. If you get into the habit of always closing it as you've, I don't finish and then move it and think about it and turn it off. And, I literally, as I'm doing it, because it's right there where your thumb is, I'm flicking it as I've finished, and then I put it down, and I know that it's safe. I still, when I've finished cutting whatever amount I'm cutting, I will then put it away. I never leave it, out on a desk. But as soon as I've finished all the cutting that I'm doing, then I'll put it safely away. But every single time I've done a cut, just flick it.
Yeah, because lots of people go, oh, yeah, because you've got children around the house. But it's not just having children around the house, because I'm just going to do what you shouldn't do. And if you just left that on your desk like that, I'm not going to move, don't worry, I'm not going to move anything. But and then you just have to do this.
Yeah.
You see something?
Which you easily, the amount of times I've cut things that are underneath the fabric and things, because I'm just... It's so easy to just move something and forget there's something underneath it or whatever. Exactly. So, yeah, you could easily hurt yourself if you're not really careful with it.
So this is the 45mm soft grip with 5 blades, £18.95. Now, when would you... I've not seen you use the fluted edge one, like the pinking sheer cut one, because when you're quilting, you normally say it's going to be when you're patchworking, you say it's going to have something behind it and everything like that, so you never finish your seams. But would you ever use the pinking? There it is in the packet, the 2 pinking sheer ones.
You could do it if I was doing sort of some raw edge applique or something like that. I could cut it out like a decorative edge of something.
Like you'd use pinking shears.
Would be quite nice, like you would use pinking shears. Smaller projects, anything where you were worried about fraying, of a cushion or something like that, if you wanted to trim off the edges. I know some people...
Or if you're doing a fluted, like Sammy's done a cushion with a frilled edge to it, you could use it on the when you're cutting the strip for the frilled edge, you could use it for that.
Yeah, and I do got quite a lot of small makes and things for my children.
Yeah.
So, so any sort of decorative little thing I might be making,
talking
you could use something like that. Yeah.
We could use a smaller rotary cut as well. We've got the 28mm one here. We don't see this used very often on the show because we haven't done very many small... Yeah. But if, like you were saying with those templates earlier, if you were using the tiny ones, then...
Absolutely, yeah, it's perfect for that. Any... smaller things, because obviously if you're using the 45mm, the blade is bigger than the template.
Yes.
So it's that's quite tricky. Then and then the template's only so small. You don't want to get your fingers. So it's easier to control using the smaller one. I have one of these at this size as well, the 28.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I have a 45 and a 28. And I know a lot of people love using the 28. You wouldn't use that through lots of layers of fabric in the same way you could the 45.
No, but you'd use this for little...
But for small things, it's absolutely brilliant. Applique, anything that you're wanting to cut out to applique, it's great for that. And like the smaller templates. But I know some people just prefer this, if you had small hands, you might prefer this one because... It's smaller.
Exactly.
Smaller.
And it's the sewing quarter rotary cutter, 28mm blade. Again, in the packet, you get 3 of the flat, smooth blades and 2 of the crinkle cut, which are like pinking shears for £16.95.
I'll tell you something else that I personally tend to use this one for is curves. So I have some of the templates that I have curves. So like if I'm doing a drunkard's path quilt or something like that. Drunkard's Path is another type of quilt block, and that has curves in it. And I find I've got the plastic templates for the Drunkard's Path, and I find it hard to use the 45 to get round the curve. It's much easier with the 28 to get the curve with the template than it is the 45.
I'm going to have to look that up. Drunkard's what?
Drunkard's Path.
Drunkard's Path. It's amazing, is there? So many.
So many.
£16.95 this one. For the 28mm. 28mm. Again, it's got the safety catch. Again, it's got the sewing Quilter logo on it there. It's really, really sweet. And as Lucy said, she used it for smaller projects and going around curves. And I didn't even have to cut my lovely fabric because we were able to just talk about it.
And if you were doing like Joe does, you know, lots of the toys, and you might have smaller pieces like for the ears or the tails or whatever, you know, it's nice to have the smaller size when you're doing things like that.
So what's next then, Han? The pump? The spinning mat. The spinning mat. Or, as we called it, the Party Susan.
Party Susan mat.
So now just explain to me, right, I'll just show you, first of all, I'll show you that you get. We're fascinated by this. We've seen it in the warehouse.
Show the back.
For a while. You see, it's lovely, isn't it? But then, now, is it in place? Oh,
you have to check that. Just show the back, because it does help. Yeah. Right. No, it just helps people to see what we're clicking into place.
Yeah,
so that's
it comes
the base.
Off. Let me show you. That does come off. But, so, actually...
No,
never do that, never do that. No, Hannah's both going, actually, John, yes, you could use it. And no, you don't use that. Oh, now I can't click it back on now. That's my bad.
There's probably one way that's right and one that's not. That's it.
Right. So, what would you use these different... I don't understand how you'd use it.
Well, I tend to use the angles on my ruler versus the angles on a mat.
Right.
I think maybe if you were doing... You know, in some cases in patchwork, possibly, and if you were doing sort of paper crafting or something like that, that's where maybe the angles come in the most useful. But particularly on something this size, if I'm cutting a lot of fabric, I need a very big mat.
Yes.
And sometimes, obviously, my ruler's not big enough, so I use the measurements on the mat. But as a quilter, I tend to use the ones that are on the ruler.
Yes.
But if you were trimming something, you know, it might be useful to have those on there.
Can you cut on? You can cut on this.
Yes, you can cut on this.
Because what happens is lots of people cut a little bit like that, and then if they've got, say, they're using this one, they go, right, I'll just turn them out.
Yes,
I'll just turn
I do that all the time.
I'll just turn them out. Whereas this, what you could do is you've got your fabric there, you can cut it,
fabulous,
spin it, cut it.
So, like the triangles, if you've got those triangle templates, you know you're having to move it along, and so trimming and half square triangles where you've got to cut off all the dog ears, it's not fun to do. And if you have this, it makes it so much easier. And then when you twist it, it will just click into place, so that then that's secure. You know, it's not free.
Which is why you wouldn't use it without the base, because if you didn't have the base on, then you started cutting something, the whole
catastrophe. Catastrophe.
All right.
But this is...
You're trying to get me hate mail.
It was an excellent way of showing how not to
do
use
it. Like your pucker earlier. It's
important. It's really important. So this is made by Olfa, which is a very big brand. A lot of quilters will have heard of... Olfa, and the quality of it is incredible. It's a really, really nice texture to this mat, and it's just got, not grip as such, but you can just feel that if you put something on there, that's going to be nice and secure.
Now, it's 12 by 12 inches, if you're wondering about the size of this, which is 30.5 by 30.5 centimetres. Actually, it's the Olfa rotating mat at £32.95. Now, remember, if you buy lots of different things, like you bought fabric from earlier or a fat quarter from earlier, or you're going to buy a book, you only pay 1p for the whole day. Even if you check out your basket, time after time after time, you still only pay. All get some consolidated at midnight, and so you only pay 1p.
So, and you would be surprised as a quilter how often that you are having to turn things and, you know, move things. And also, you know, this mat is that's a really handy size to have when you're, things that you're working with. So you could take that to classes and things like that if you wanted to as well. Another important thing just to say about mats is that it's really important that you keep them flat, that they're stored flat, that you don't iron on them or keep them anywhere where there's a lot of heat. So you wouldn't want to put them in the summertime in the boot of your car or something like that, because then they can warp. And especially, you know, with something like this where you've got that lovely rotating motion, you know, you don't want that to be to warp and go strange.
Linda says she likes it when something goes wrong and we show her how to fix it. Thank you, Linda.
Thanks,
for being
Linda.
on my side. She
Makes me feel better.
Great banter. She said, as a newbie, it's given her confidence that if she got this home, because if you got it home and did that, would you know what to do if I hadn't just shown you how to do it? You know what I mean?
No, absolutely.
You had told me how to do it.
But I didn't actually realise that the back completely came off either. So, you know, it's just good to know that should that happen, it's not the end of the world,
yeah,
and it snaps back.
Broken. It's broken.
That's what I would think.
Send it back. Broken.
But so then it snaps back into place, and it's nice.
That's
and secure.
Fantastic, isn't it? £32.95 for that board.
And even that base as well. That's a thick. Can we show it from the side?
Oh, which way do you want to sit?
Yeah, like that, because it's really thick. You know, it's nice and thick there. It's not just like a thin bit of plastic under there that's going to, you know, that's it's the same thickness as the mat,
yes,
actually.
Oh, no, completely.
And that's got a slight texture to it as well. On the bottom feels, it's sort of soft but textured, isn't it?
I tell you what it's got on the bottom.
Like a foam sort of stuff.
I've got it on my mouse mat on my computer, so it stops it slipping on the table.
There you go, yes, that.
It's like a solid plastic, but it's got that, like, almost grippability or non-slippability on it.
Because you wouldn't put it on top of a mat. No. You'd have it like that. And look, that's not going in. Look.
Exactly. All right, then. There you go, Linda. There's another tip. Right. Do not... Now, just say what it says on here. Keep flat, do not roll. Don't know what that means.
Well, you couldn't roll that anyway, no.
Could you? Don't iron on it. You must never iron on it. Or if you've got...
a hairdryer?
No, that's not a hairdryer. That's like a little...
Steamer?
You know when they make creme brulees and they burn the top of it? What's that? You know, like a burner.
A blowtorch?
Yeah, a baby blowtorch. That's a baby blowtorch.
If you have a blowtorch, don't blowtorch the mat. I would say that about most things. Yeah, I think you're right.
I'm just saying what's on
a blowtorch.
Anyway, time to move on.
Don't blowtorch anything apart from creme brulee, would be my advice.
Creme brulee, yes.
Should we put these on there? Because they're green.
So I just slice it down again.
Sorry.
Well, no, don't apologise. Giant jumbo clips.
No, because they're green. That's what I'm just saying. They're green, so it looks nice on the wood.
These are jumbo wonder clips. Pinces Protégé Jumbo. Clip Prodigiosos Jumbo.
Please don't read in other languages.
Soft Flammans. Just saying what's going to be on the packet. Not the pocket. Right, we've seen the little ones. Mm-hmm. Why would we get jumbo ones?
These are... Wonder clips are... these are still called wonder clips.
Yeah.
Wonder clips are
jumbo.
Fabulous. I use them all the time for lots and lots of different things. I have put them in my girl's hair. I've done lots of different things with them in an emergency situation. But the jumbo ones are great if you are a bag maker or, I mean, even if you found the little ones a bit fiddly, you know, to be able to use the jumbo ones. And you can... I tend to use them mostly for binding, and I hand sew my binding down. So if I can fold over the edge of the binding and use these, it's much better. I don't get cramp in my hands when I'm hand sewing. Mm-hmm. So I use these a lot, and for seams as well. But for the larger ones, definitely when you've got a lot of layers, anything sewing through lots of layers, bag making.
But even if you've got a huge quilt, if you've got a massive double-bedded quilt, then you're going to need... The little ones will be fine for doing it a little bit at a time. But if you've done a whole side of a whole king-size... they'd be good.
I've put little ones all the way around, but it would... if you were using like a thicker wadding as well, if you didn't have that very fine one, if you had a thicker wadding, these would probably... be better. But yeah, there are lots of times when you're sewing through lots of layers.
Yes, totally. So, or if you've got thicker fabrics, well, like felt in there or something like that. Or I tell you what, that kind of heat resistant batting, which is slightly thicker, isn't it? That would hold them all in place, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And £12.95. Oh, you get 12 of them. So just over £1 each. That's fantastic, isn't it, really?
Yeah, they're really useful. And it's the kind of thing that you think, oh, I don't really need those, until you start using them. And then you're like, how did I ever not use them? And I mean, even in my trolley here today, I've got some holding my pieces together, holding the pieces together. So if you've prepared a lot of pieces, you've got a stack of fabric that you've cut out. You might have children in the house, you might have pets, you might have anything like that.
Or a husband.
You can or a husband, and you can just clip them together to keep them safe until you can come back and finish your sewing.
Even if you haven't got that, if you're, like you were saying earlier, if you use those templates, you think, well, I'm going to have 24 3-inch ones, and I'm going to have... And you're going to go, they're all the 3-inch ones. They're all the... Do you know what, as well? Not just for your sewing. They'd be good for when you're doing your accounts and you're sorting out, oh, that's all my work accounts, they're my petrol receipt. No, I'm just thinking because, do you not...
No. You could, of course you could. But the thing, they are designed for fabric, and the thing that's so nice about them as well is because when you take them to your sewing machine, it's got that flat bit on the bottom.
Yes.
So it's not catching on any, whereas if you're using a bulldog clip or anything that has the curve like that, that's just, you can't just sew that. So you can sew right up to the clip, remove the clip and continue sewing. So it's really nice to have that flat base, and they have been specifically designed by Clover to be used with fabric.
Yes.
They're not going to damage your fabric in any way. They've got a nice angled part there, and this one I think has maybe just a little line or something. Yeah. But I've held things with this and it will leave a little mark on your fabric. It's not going to not leave anything, but
it's only an indent. It's only an
indent. Yeah, it's only an indent, and it doesn't damage your fabric in any way.
But it's got a good grip to it, hasn't it?
It does,
as well?
And I've just noticed under here there are measurements, so it's an inch. Can you see?
Yes.
Oh, it's better on darker. See those little circles under here? Yeah. Those are actually measurements. So it's got an inch, half an inch, sorry, 3/4 of an inch, half an inch, and 1/4 of an inch. So if you were wanting to hold something in place, you're doing a 1/2 inch seam or something, you could clip it exactly so the fabric ends there.
Yeah.
And that will just help you when you're sewing, keep your
attention to detail.
Seam allowance.
12 of them for £12.95. Right, okay, we're moving on now. What do you think of this book? I had it on the show the other day with Jenny Fox Proverbs, and this was her first choice, wasn't it, of books? It's just... Oops, I'll just put these away. Whoops, sorry. It's one of those days today, isn't it? Sorry about this. It's Make Your First Quilt by Alex Anderson.
Yes.
And it's just got everything you need to start up. Now, the first thing that Jenny said is it's brilliant because it lays flat. When you open it, it has this ring binder in it, so it's going to lay flat on the desk. So you haven't got to worry about breaking the spine of the book or anything like that.
And it makes such a difference, especially when you're sewing. I have taken books to, one of these sorts of places that deal with stationery and paper and things, and they will take the spine off and bind them for you, books. So I have taken sewing books and had them bound so that they will lay flat. For exactly this reason, it's so good to buy a book and it's already there, it's done for you, and you can lay it so, I'm working on a table, I can lay it next to me, I've not got to keep finding the page.
Just keep flicking back the clothes.
It's just there.
And also, there's nothing worse than having a new book and doing that, or just open that page and you hear it crack and you think, and even though you want to be able to use it, it's a workable book, there's something not quite right about breaking that spine. So this is brilliant to talk. But then let's just go through what you've got in here, because it's how to make your first quilt. All the contents are in here and everything. But what we love is, she's written little notes on the side here, as though we've got her personal little book. Now, she goes through all the tools that you need. There's the rotary cutter, the rotary cutting mat, everything that we've just been talking about. Pins, thread, and that might seem a little bit simple, but it's covering every single thing you're going to need. Then about what fabrics you should choose. The notes, little notes to yourself there. Always use light, medium and dark colour. It's always all the little tips that you might not even think about. The grain of the fabric, which is what you were saying earlier when you cut your first one out. You don't know on the scissors. You didn't really take that into consideration. Then preparing the fabric. And then they are cutting strips, like you were just saying. How to use the rulers that we've obviously got here, things like that. And then, I've turned over 2 pages there. We've then got the stitching, the pressing, and then setting options. Now, this is the bit you love, isn't it?
I love it.
By laying all the bits out and just kind of... And this is a bit like your... tumbling blocks earlier. So you like the pale one on the top and then the dark one. So it shows you all the different ways to set out.
And I mean, if I was laying something out, would I have thought of this one? No, probably not. I might not have played around with them so much to be able to come up with that. So it's really nice to see.
Together, do you? That's your...
I just would, maybe I'd put an odd colour in or something to make it a bit different. Yeah.
But there's all those different settings. I mean, carries on. There's 2 pages.
Oh, it's lovely.
It's all different projects. The quilt sandwich.
I'd do that one. See how it's offset. I love that. So modern.
Yes.
That's really nice. Yeah.
Yes, because you automatically think, don't you, about when you're making a patchwork, start in the middle and work outwards. But that's a fantastic idea.
And I mean, that's beautiful too.
Yes.
They're all lovely.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
but
that's the one I'm drawn to,
yeah.
just slightly
that's
off.
Because that's you, really, just
off-centre.
Yeah,
just a bit off, yeah.
Anyway, as
Thanks,
you keep
John.
going through, there is a project. I'm just trying to find it now. You keep going through. Oh, here we go. The project instructions. So see this, that the instructions to make this block and this quilt with any fabric you want, obviously it doesn't come with the fabric, are all in here. So this could be your finish. I'll just move it in there. There you go. That could be there. Now they're called flying geese, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Thank
well
you.
done.
Or flying ducks, no, flying geese.
Flying geese.
Anyway, everything you need to know about creating the shapes, the placing, quilt top construction, everything, the borders, which are optional, obviously. Everything you need to know. There's the flying geese.
And it's really nice to have these illustrations as well, because, in some patterns and books, it's just the instructions, whereas to actually have that visual to be able to see.
But look, even to the binding. How often do we show this about the corners, how to cut, kind of how they've done their trimming and their corners there. And then the appendix, mattresses, quilt, I mean, just everything. And
to have all those sizes, that's really important. It's something when I'm in the... working in the quilt shop, we get asked so often, what size do I make it? People don't know what's the standard size. But also, if your double bed is such and such a size, but I always want mine to go over the edge, don't you? You don't want to just lying on the top. And that's what it will give the measurement for how to...
At £10.95, that £10.95. Right, we've got three cutting mats to show you now. Well, I'm really enjoying this, Lucy, because I'm learning more and more. I think it's fantastic that you've come on with me, and I'm very grateful. Right, so which one's first? The which one? Okay, start off with the folding mat. I'll take it off the big one, because you're not going to see.
Yes, you can see.
So, now this, you were saying earlier you do classes. Do the ladies that come to your classes have to bring all their stuff, and gents, have to bring their stuff with them?
Yes, they do.
So how perfect is this? To fold up, because some, you don't want a great big mat to put in your boot, but also if you haven't got a workroom at home where you can keep it out, and you've got to put everything away at the end of the night.
That's what I have to do.
You need that extension or that she shed, whatever they call them.
I do need a she shed.
What area do you do your lessons? What area of the country do you do your lessons?
It's the shop that I teach in most of the time is in Poynton.
Okay, so if you ever want to, because you explain everything so well, that if people want to come to one of your classes, they should just search you out. We've got a question related to that. Hang on. Lucy. Oh, who's that from? From a customer. Okay. Have you lived in Manchester all your life? Because I'm sensing a different accent in there as well.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I have lived in Manchester all my life. I was born in Stockport. My mum...
You don't have to give the whole...
No, I'll give my whole life story.
Go on then.
My mum's from Reading.
Right.
And my dad's from Chester.
Which is where I'm from?
Yeah, which is where you're from. And my nan's in Chester.
Did I go to school with your dad?
And then I have... Could you? Who knows? We'll talk about it later.
Yeah.
I have family in Yorkshire as well.
They're here in Nottingham.
So...
There's customers here in Nottingham.
No. My sister went to university there, but that's got nothing to do with me.
OK, now talk to me about why somebody should have a cutting mat. Oh, this is a double-sided cutting mat, this one, it says.
Oh, is it?
Double-sided cutting mat.
If you're going to use a rotary cutter, you absolutely have to have a cutting mat. You can't cut straight directly onto a table or a floor or something like that. That would be terrible and cause lots of damage. So you need a cutting mat to protect your work surfaces. And you can, it's nice to have the larger ones, because if you don't have such a big ruler, if you're wanting to cut something that's long, you've got the measurements there on the mat to help you get your pieces cut out accurately. So if you're doing longer border, you need longer pieces for borders or something like that, it's useful to have it like that. And then, like you say, if you're going to go to a class, or even if you're travelling, you're going to stay with somebody, you want to take some sewing with you, to have one that folds up like that's quite handy.
But I also think it's quite good, especially for people who haven't got a craft room or a sewing room. Even when you're pinning if you're
Yes.
talk about over the years now,
Yes.
if you're constantly pinning, going through each little pin that goes through onto your table is going to take the minutest little. I always just remember that I used to always work in the dining room when I was a student, and when I left, the table where I sat, I had to have somebody come in and do it because it had lots and lots of little digs where this almost protects your table as well.
And if you hand sew, if you like to do things by hand, and if you're basting by hand as well, you can move this around under your quilt to protect the table. Either from if you were hand tacking with a needle, or if you were using the curved safety pins, this is going to protect whatever surface you're doing that on. So on a floor, on a tiled floor, something like that, or on a table, if you were basting, you can move this around underneath the quilt.
I just need to address this. In the middle here it says, "Do not cut in this area." You're fine. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you're going across like this. What it's saying is don't cut this way over that area, because you could cut the board in half with your rotary cutter. That's the only reason it's saying you're fine going this way, but don't go that way. Also, I would say as well, is if you've got your ruler lined up and it's not quite square with that little indentation could set you off.
Yeah, it doesn't mean don't cut in like this whole area. It's literally just where that.
Yes, but that's just if you're thinking, because we've seen experts or designers cut it away like this, and people going, "Oh, it says do not cut in that area." So I just thought I'd point that one out. But good for storage and for travelling. £23.95. That's fantastic. Now this is cute. This one, I'll get it the right way up. Sewing quarter one.
I'd never seen one that's see-through. I'm really quite enamoured with this see-through mat.
But there's no reason why it's see-through, is there? It's just a design feature.
Yeah, it's just a visual thing. That so many of the mats are green. If that's not one of your favourite colours, you may decide you don't really want a green mat. And I think these are lovely.
We want your sewing room to look nice as well. Now, this one you'd use with your little rotary cutters, wouldn't you?
Yeah, just for smaller pieces, or if you were... like with the templates, anything small like that you need to cut out. Things like a plique and things, if you were using a rotary cutter for that, anything smaller. And if you're squaring up blocks, this goes up to 7.5 inches, I think.
Yes.
7.5 by 10.5.
Yeah.
So any block that was smaller than that you needed to square up, you can do that on that.
Exactly.
On that
it's
mat.
really, really lovely. And this is self-healing. So when you've cut with your rotary cutter, it's not going to leave any marks. It's incredible, isn't it? It just self-heals.
Yeah. You do need to look after your mats.
Yes.
And they tend to, it varies from the manufacturers. So have a look at the manufacturer's website and see what they suggest. But generally, they do like water. So very occasionally, you can just put them in a shallow bath, just with tepid water, not hot water, but it just helps look after the mats. Also, if you get any marks on them, or sometimes bits of thread can get, when you've used it an awful lot, you can get bits of thread stuck in them as well. You can clean it off, you can use like a rubber. A rubber works really well to get little bits out and things like that. But it is worth looking after, because you're going to be using it a lot if you're using a rotary cutter, and cut after cut after cut. You are going to be damaging the mat. I have replaced my biggest one a year or so ago, because I hadn't really looked after it like I should.
How long had you had it if you replaced it a year ago?
I'd had it a few years.
Yeah, exactly.
But if I'd looked after it, I wouldn't have had to. I wouldn't have had to. Yeah.
That's cute, isn't it? £21.95. It's 26.5 by 21 centimetres, which we said was. Well, that's 7.5 by 10.5 inches there. It's really cute, isn't it? £21.95. Give us a call, 0800 112 44 33. Or, of course, www.sewingquarter.com. To look at, we've got lots and lots of cutting mats.
It's very Instagrammable, that.
Oh, you're going to take
for pictures?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a nice background for pictures, I think.
Put that on a desk for later. Right, now... This is the one we sort of advise for dressmaking, isn't it? Because of the size.
Yeah, I have. In fact, the largest one I have isn't even this big, I don't think. Right, 34.
So this has just got inches along the side. It's got 34 inches that way by 22 inches that way, which is 55 by 85, as you can see on the screen there. £39.95. Now, it's enormous. Look, it's huge. For cutting bigger pattern pieces out of, really, isn't it?
Yeah. But
and again, this is the one I'd have on my desk all the time to work on all the time, because it's really going to protect your desk, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I have. My biggest one is generally always out, and I keep it on my desk, and I put my sewing machine on it as well, because it helps absorb some of the noise.
Oh, really?
Well, not my new one now, because that's quieter, but my old one was very loud, so that was quite handy. But also some of the fabric, some of the fabric I use, even as a quilter, can be 60 inches. Wide, so then if I fold that in half, then this mat's big enough to accommodate that.
Of course, yeah.
Mine at home isn't, so I have to move it round. But for accuracy, for accuracy, to be able to have the full length of the fabric is really good.
I think it's brilliant, and also it reminds me of, and this is going to be a bit weird now, but those green leather tabletops that you have in posh offices and things like that. It kind of, because it's going to fill. I mean, we've got a huge table here, but most of us, that's going to fill your tabletop space, isn't it? And I just think it's brilliant that you can work on it and have your pots on there, and your scissors on there, and your rotary cutters and everything like that. And
having these little dots in all of the squares is quite useful as well, because you've got that angle.
Well, it's like pattern. If you buy pattern paper, professional pattern dressmaking pattern paper, it's got dots and squares on it, hasn't it? So you can
so if you've got a long ruler, then you can just line that up really easily.
Would you use? I know you said earlier you always use your ruler for measuring. Would you actually use, if you were doing precision, you'd rather use a ruler than the side disc? Just use this side as a guide, really. Yeah.
Apart from if I'm cutting something that's larger than the ruler that I have, then I have to use the mat because. I could fold something, but you're always going to lose a bit, and you are going to lose your accuracy if you fold your fabric. So when I'm laying something out on my big one, then I would use these measurements along with my ruler. So things like pieces for bags. If I've got to measure out a piece of a bag, might be 27 by 14. Wouldn't be that, but
that's a strange size bag.
So then I would use the measurement on the ruler and look at the mat as well. But I think for quilters, where you want to use the measurements on your ruler for accuracy. But I do sometimes use the mat.
Quilting, I've never seen a piece this big, unless it's the back piece, unless it's the panel at the back. You wouldn't be quilting, you know what I mean? If you've done a patchwork quilt, then you're never going to be cutting pieces that big. No. Anyway, £39.95. Remember, 1p, even if you buy this and a sewing machine and a book and a fat quarter, it's all for £2.95 for the whole day. The whole day. Okay? Now, what are these?
Ooh. I'm going to get really excited.
Oh, okay, here we go.
I love these. Do you want one?
Right, so we'll start off with... Which one do you want to start with?
Can we open them?
Yes, of course you can. Open yours first.
Okay.
Open yours first.
Am I allowed to open?
They're slightly different.
I'm going to open it.
I've got the triangle and hexagon. You've got the square octagon. So it's a square octagon.
Careful.
Yeah.
No, I can't really be careful. Oh, yeah, I can be careful.
I'll show you the cover. First, the packet. Right, this is the Clover Patchwork template set square and octagon. You get 7. Oh, there they are. The 7 shapes for £7.45. Right, I'll let you explain what these are for. Then.
Okay, Clover is such a great brand. They're the ones who make the Wonder Clips.
Yeah.
Really excellent. They make all kinds of wonderful things. It's a Japanese brand, and I love them. These
Did she say she loves them?
I love them. This is so fun. I know you're not going to get really excited. I'm really excited. I love having templates, having things like this. I do love English paper piecing. I like fussy cutting. I love fabric.
Yes.
I like fussy cutting fabric, and to have this array of shapes that you can use. Have we got some fabric? Have we got that fabric? Yeah, yes. That's great. So I'll show you.
They're matching beautifully, the colour.
Gee, what a coincidence. So I'll show you how I would use these. So these particular templates I would personally use for English paper piecing.
Okay.
These aren't the kind of templates that you would use with a rotary cutter. That's not what these templates are. So these are really for
basic and traditional pattern design.
Hand sewing, yeah. So for creating patterns, they're great, and for fussy cutting bits of fabric.
Yes.
So the reason they are this shape is because this is 1/4 inch.
Seam allowance.
So that's your seam allowance, okay? So if you are English paper piecing, what you would do is you would go around the shape for your fabric.
Yes.
And then your papers would be this shape here.
Wow.
So you
that's
can
paper. That's
paper.
Yeah, but
sorry.
Then what's the technique
for English paper piecing?
Paper
Yes, for English paper piecing, and that's where you wrap the fabric around the
piece of cardboard,
piece of paper. Yeah. So, so that's how you would use those, and then you can use them to fussy cut. So you would go, oh, that's the. I just have to think about whether I've just said that wrong about the. No, I've said that right. No. That's your fabric, that's your paper. Yeah, that's right. Sorry. So, so you can fussy cut your designs, so you can see how beautifully that fits in there. If I was just, if I was just doing it and I wasn't fussy cut, if I was just cutting out this fabric, I might end up with that. Any of these kinds of shapes. But what this allows you to do is to pick out the piece that you want and repeat it. So I can use this for each of. To cut out each of the flowers, and then that might make the central part of another design. So maybe I would put, I don't know what the measurements of these are, or have a little triangle there. You just have a play. Which ones match up with which?
Yeah, so you literally just play.
That doesn't match. The triangle matches on there. The square's a bit bigger, so that one doesn't match that one.
See, that's the joy of playing with it, isn't it, really?
Yes, you can just play around. So to see what designs you want to do.
So if you were, because we had a book last week, or whatever week it was, with Kaffe Fassett's Bold Blooms.
So that would match, because it's the inside, isn't it?
Sorry. Yes. So he literally had quilts made of just flowers like that. So if you were making a quilt just with, like you say, these as your centre, where would you cut it out?
So you're cutting here.
Literally round that edge,
around
because
that
that's
edge.
Your 1/4 inch seam allowance.
You would draw. You would draw around and just cut them out. So then you could use a different ruler if you wanted to cut with a rotary cutter. So long as you've drawn on the line, then you can use a ruler to cut it out.
Yes. You see now, I've just... can you see that
How
there?
Cute.
That's like the one you did on your Dashwood one earlier, isn't it? Where you cut the little flowers up for the centre. So you're doing a little... Can you see that there? Let me move it across for you. There you go. So what you could do is you could choose all your little flowers.
How cute.
Because you're cutting around this edge, aren't you?
Yes.
Right, OK. So that one is the square and octagon. However... Do you want to open that one?
Okay.
You want to see the packet? There's the packet. I was just going to put them away so they didn't get confused with this. That's that one. Now, so that one's the yellow and green one. Now the one you've got there is pink and blue. That's good as well, because then you're going to, if you mix those up in your workroom, you'll be like, well, that belongs to that set, that belongs to that set, because they're different colours.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that the colours are the sizes that would work together.
Yes.
I'm just going to guess that.
This is triangular
why would they have
hexagon.
them in the different colours? Yeah.
Again, how many pieces you get? 7 pieces for £8.45.
So, like, this one would work with that one. Even though they don't match on the outside, the inside measurements are going to be the same. So you know when you've cut your papers that that's going to fit. So you could do that like a flower and that one be the petals going around the outside or whatever. Yes. So many different things.
So many different things you could do. And again, I'm just doing fussy cutting. But if you had a fabric with an all-over print, you could just lay them along and just keep
wherever you wanted to have them. Yeah. Well, I will say, when you're fussy cutting, you don't always have to pick out like the obvious.
Oh, all right.
Which,
although obvious now, that's why I'm a child and I'm
I did it too. It's beautiful.
Yes.
But you could also fussy cut, the little details. There's so much detail in these things. So if you have that on repeat, or you had that one and then you fussy cut the same one, you'd have those matching.
Yes, exactly.
So that line there then would match with your next hexagon.
Yeah, oh,
and you'd create a whole different pattern. From that one fabric, you can pick out an unusual part of the fabric that you might, you know, not be the most obvious, and create, you know, come up with your whole own designs. Oh, I like that with the triangle. Look at that. That looks lovely. It almost makes it look like scissors.
Oh, yes. I didn't see that. So your brain works completely different to me. I was thinking something completely different.
But everybody's does. That's what's so brilliant about it. And doing fussy cutting and things like that, you know, you really can come up with your own, with your whole own things. And of course, you don't have to use these for fussy cutting. That's just one thing you can do with them. You can just literally use this on any kind of fabric to cut out, you know, to cut out and to have your, you know, to cut out your paper as well. So you can use. Somebody actually had asked me to show things on the show that you can use with scraps.
Yes.
And this is absolutely perfect. So, you know, if you're a sewer and you have lots of small pieces of fabric, this is a great way of creating some interesting shapes.
But you can out of them. Like you were saying, you could create a whole new fabric from your scraps.
Yeah, from your scraps. So just using scraps, but to have all those different shapes. They should have gone in there. Sorry.
That's right.
To have all those different shapes, you know, in that set, and just have a play and put them together.
Right, the encyclopedia. The Encyclopedia of Quilting and Patchwork Techniques. Now, this is brilliant for somebody who may have just started doing quilting, but like today, how many different blocks have you mentioned? You know what I mean? And, I mean, we did have a book sold out. We'll try and get it back in again. 1,001 block quilting blocks. But this is a fantastic go-to book, isn't it? Because it's got all your information at the beginning, but then look, the different techniques, and then look at this. Everything you need to know about quilting. So it's like an encyclopedia. So it lists everything, different blocks, and again, inspirational. Because like you said earlier, when you looked at that picture, you'd think, well, I know how to do that, but would never have thought to do it that way. Do you know what I mean? And again, these books are fantastic because they actually have photographs, but then they have the illustration of how to do it underneath.
And to show like this particular... Is it that way? This one is a card trick block, which is a traditional block. I love this block. But to look at that, you would think, oh, that's quite complicated. There's going to be awkward seams. I don't know how I'm going to do it. And then it literally shows you it's just broken down into triangles. That's all just straight seam sewing. Comes together really quite easily, so that even if you're a beginner, you can make something that looks complicated, but it's showing you. And having a resource like this, where step by step you're seeing how those blocks are broken up, it helps you to think about the different ways that things are made and how they come together. Look, it's you and your log cabins.
I was trying to say that. I'm trying to put my glass on. That's a log cabin, isn't it, that one? Lucy's making, for one of my bedrooms, Lucy's making me a log cabin king-size quilt.
In between making all the other things for the show.
But look, here we go. It's got all, making basic shapes. It's got all the information you take. So it goes from inspiration to different shapes, because there's going to be a quilt pattern you don't... that looks like a ladder. Does that call it a ladder one? Semolina?
No,
Seminole.
I think it might be Seminole. It's American. I believe it's Native American Seminole, but I could be very wrong.
That looks like it's like lattice ribbon work, doesn't it? There, all the different inspirations you get here. Oh, is this Prairie Points? This one. What's this one called here?
No, that's
Wave.
Those are Prairie Points.
That's Wave. That's what. Jo did on one of her purses.
It's like fabric manipulation. Yes. Yeah, it's really interesting.
Really, really lovely book, this one. They're just what we've just shown. Look, we've just shown the little template from over there, but we had before. That's like... Oh, no, it's not. Because that's a bit like the one you put on your... using your different fabrics the other day. Oh, look, that's nice. This is machine applique. Yes, I'm just chatting away.
I know you'll be here for hours looking at all of these things, but it's so beautiful. Look at, I love that. That's lovely. Appliquing these.
Yes.
So
but how
pretty.
You can look completely different.
Yes.
Like that, we were just saying, cut out the flowers from that fabric and create your own fabric from it.
Lovely.
Look at that one. That's beautiful, isn't it?
And I think as well, when you're starting out, there are so many techniques. One of the things that one of the reasons that I love quilting patchwork so much is because it's almost endless. There are so many techniques, so many different ways of doing things, you know, and you can combine them. You don't have to only do one, just applique or just patchwork. You know, you can mix it up and use all sort of techniques just in one quilt. Beautiful.
Right, I'd like one of these as well, please, in that colourway.
Okay. Just those colours like that?
No, not that one, that one. Yeah, that one.
This
exactly,
one, yeah.
Exactly
like that. Okay.
Thank you. But the thingy, oh, look, that's nice. Is that like the curved one you were talking? Is that a drunken Saturday?
That's not a drunken's path. That's a double wedding ring quilt, and that's very traditional as well. But it definitely will have. Do you know what? In there,
you won't remember this. You won't remember this. When I was younger, there was a television program that Darren Day used to do, and it was called. I can't remember what it's called, but they have people in, and they say. They have people who said they knew every tailgate off an aeroplane, sort of thing, and they go,
oh, right.
"Where's this one?" Go, "Oh, that's Norwegian Airlines, 1977." We could do. You could have gone on it and won a fortune with what quilt block is this? What quilt block is it? Because you know them all.
I don't know them all. There's so many. I think it would be quite difficult to know all of them. But and people are creating them all the time. Which is, you know, another reason why I love it. It's ever evolving. It has such a wonderful history.
We could have a Lucy Brennan block. I like this because this is like Joseph Louis' Technicolor Dreamcoat. And this one, I think that is gorgeous. Stained glass window. It's not real, it's a quilt.
I know, I actually thought that was a photograph.
Do you know what? The first time I showed this book, I went, no, that's not a quilt, Hannah. That's not a quilt. That's a picture of a window. It's a quilt.
That's incredible.
Isn't it? Just, I'd want that on the wall, you see, rather than on my bed. This book is beautiful. It's £12.95. It is the Encyclopedia of Quilting and Patchwork Techniques by Catherine Gurrier. £12.95. 0800 112 44 33 is the phone number. Sewingquarter.com if you want to buy it on the web. Remember, you only pay 1p for the whole day. Mother's Day's coming up soon. That'd be do you know what? That'd be a lovely coffee table book. Look at that one there. I'll finish now, I promise. But look at that one there. I love that one. Love that one. Anyway, now, if you make that one for me, you'll need these kids.
Honestly, how many? What are we on now? 3?
4 bedrooms. Yeah.
Okay.
Then we can. Oh no, one for the sofa might be quite nice as well.
Yeah, and one for the wall.
Oh yeah, the same glass window.
Yeah, a lot of people decorate their houses with quilts, you know, and have wall hangers.
Jo's
They're
got
incredible.
One above her bed. You know how Jo makes it. She's got one above her bed.
And that kind of awkward space on the stairs. I've seen people hang them there. That's a lovely space to hang quilts.
Oh no.
If you've got one.
Right, these spools, So Easy Quilters Thread Pack. Now, this is 100% cotton. Why would you use this? Why is it called a Quilters Thread Pack rather than an normal sewing thread pack? Because look at the bottom there, it says 100% cotton.
OK, this is a 50-weight thread, which is a finer weight. So I would use this for piecing. I would use a 50-weight for doing patchwork.
Yes. So
although it's a quilting thread, it's for piecing.
Right, OK. But look at the colours. The thing is, when I trained and we did period costume, we never used polyester thread. We only ever used cotton thread.
And most quilters only ever use cotton. You can, having just said that this is for piecing, you can use this for quilting as well. Yes. But it's because it's finer, it's not going to stand out. That, you know, it's going to disappear nicely, so it's going to give a lovely texture to the quilt, but you're not going to see the thread as much.
Now, can I just tell you, the assorted colours are white, beige, gold, hot pink, red, mint, baby blue, navy, mid-grey and black. You see, again, what a lovely gift.
Well, it's a whole rainbow. You've got everything there that you need, haven't you?
£17.95. There are 10 spools in there. That makes them, £1.79 a spool? Yeah.
And the 50-weight's a really great thread for piecing because it's nice and fine. So, you know, we talk about how important accuracy and cutting your pieces correctly. But then if you're using a perfect 1/4-inch seam and you're using a thicker thread, you're taking, you know...
proportion.
Yes, a very, very small proportion, but that adds up in patchwork.
Of course.
And each piece you add, you're taking that out of your seam allowance every time if you're using a thicker weight thread. So having a really nice fine thread is really important.
Could you use this as normal sewing machine? Could you put it on your sewing machine as well as hand stitch with it?
That's for sewing machine.
Yeah.
Yes, you use that on your sewing machine.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, you can use that by hand as well, but it's a 50 weight thread, so it's nice and fine, and it's a 3 twist, which means it has 3 plies of the cotton that have been twisted together to create this thread. So because it's a 3 twist, it's going to be nice and strong.
There you go. Perfect. Right, last now. But look, you can't do quilting without pins, can you?
You can't.
And these, now what's the difference between a quilter's pin and a normal pin then, or dressmaker's pin?
These are longer.
Right.
So these are excellent for, you wouldn't use, these are for quilting, not patchwork.
Sorry, did I say patchwork?
So, no. Just the difference is that the patchwork is sewing the pieces together and the quilting is the quilting, the stitching that holds all those layers together. So you would use these to hold your layers together. So you wouldn't use it for the small, the very fine...
So we just got put off a little bit then, because the air conditioning kicked in and Lucy and I nearly got blown away from the table. It's so strong.
It's nice, though.
Yeah, it's nice, but, right, so £3.95. And the glass head, what's the importance of the glass head?
It's fabulous. That's my absolute favourite, because you don't need... For one, it just feels nicer. I know that sounds really silly, but as somebody who's very tactile and is using fabric and things all the time, plastic pins are not my personal favourite because I just don't like the feel of them. I like the feel of a glass-headed pin, but also should you, be ironing, you're not going to damage your pins in any way, whereas the plastic ones, obviously, you can. Well, it would melt, yes. And whereas these they feel more substantial to me. And this is lovely because they've got that nice bright yellow on them, so they're visible. You're going to see them. Hopefully, not forget that you've left a pin in something which I don't.
Or making a yellow quilt.
Or making a yellow quilt, yeah.
They're £3.95. They're the hemline quilter's glass-headed pins. £3.95 for 100 pieces in there.
And they're very strong. Those ones are very strong, and that's great for going through layers. So it doesn't just have to be quilting. If you're bag making or something like that, and
you've got something about bag making this morning.
Sorry, well, because that's another thing that I do, but it's a lot of layers.
Yes.
So if you're using the thicker pins, I'm only saying it where it's appropriate, John.
We're going to get letters. Now. We love each other, really.
We do. We're only teasing.
I'm so thank you so much for joining me. This should have been Lucy's hour off, really. But she said she'd come and join me because, well, you're a quilter. You're a patchworker. So it's your skill that shows... it's all I can... I've learned so much, so I'll bet to it now. But I'll stop shaking the pins. Give us a call, 0800 112 44 33. Now, go nowhere, because you're back after this break, aren't you? Yes, you're now. And what are you doing in this one? I can't remember what you're doing. Oh, I know.
More templates and a different block design, which is perfect for... anybody and beginners as well.
Exactly. So, if you want to know more about quilting, more about templates, if you've got any questions, just message in. Ring the call centre, 0800 112 44 33. Go on the web. Send us a web chat, because Lucy's here for another hour. Any questions you've got for Lucy, she will answer them. And any long questions that you need a long answer to, send the email in and Lucy will go. Don't go anywhere. We're back in 3 minutes with more blocks, more quilting, and I'm going to have an earpiece that works in the next hour. I'll see you in 3 minutes.
The Sewing Quarter is a new, inspirational sewing and quilting channel here to help educate our viewers with some of the best designers in the business. We hope to bring you some exciting demonstrations with some of the top industry experts. We're part of the Immediate Media family. Immediate Media is a fast-growing multi-platform company who operate some of the most loved brands across the UK. Our brands range from our first TV shopping channel adventure with Jewellery Maker to several successful magazines such as Simply Sewing, Radio Times, BBC Good Food and many more. We've been working incredibly hard to set up and bring you our new exciting channel, and we hope that we can help inspire you with new ideas and projects.
Five words to describe the Sewing Quarter would be fun, creative, techniques, inclusive and community. I'm really excited mostly to see what people are going to create, so I have loads of fun coming up with the patterns and everything, and I'm really looking forward to see what our viewers make, either with using our patterns or with the fabric and with the kits that we sell. There's been a lot of preparation behind all of the shows. We've done a lot of brainstorming, thinking up ideas, a lot of designs, and we've worked really hard to do things that are going to be great for beginners, as well as including some techniques and tips that are useful for intermediate sewers as well. If I had half an hour and one fat quarter, the likelihood is I'm going to chop it up and I'm going to start making a patchwork block, because that's the thing I really love to do. It might surprise you to find out that the designers are really behind all of the things that we're creating. So we do spend a lot of time thinking about the projects that people might want to make, and it's really up to us what we do with the products.
Don't forget, shopping with us is easy and simple. You can just contact us at 0800 112 4433 and speak to our UK-based call centre to place an order, or shop online with us at www.sewingquarter.com. Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing, as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter! Now, I've just been to see Lisa about the wishy-washy tape. And she says we've got quilting tape. We've got quilting tape on the web, but we'll have a look into wishy-washy tape for you as well. So, welcome back. Did you have a nice break? Oh, no, you didn't get a break.
You didn't. Thanks, John.
So, what are we going to do now?
So, I'm going to show you, I've got some different shape, the same thing that we had at the very beginning, but, at 9 o'clock, but different shapes.
Because the ones from earlier have all sold out. The ones from the show earlier have all sold out. So this time we're starting with square. Yeah, mini squares, is that right?
Yeah.
Mini squares. So this is, I've got the package and you've got them open. That's it.
Because these are mine.
These are mine. At £14.95. There's a So Easy mini template set. Contains 1.9 to 7.6 centimetre. £14.95. Now remember, the two shapes we had in the 9 o'clock hour have completely and utterly sold out. And they'd gone before the end of the show. So please, 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 if you're even thinking of these, please, 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 can you pop them in your basket, but check out. Because what happened at the end of the last show was there were more people wanting them than there were templates. Right, so off you go then. And
then also the triangles. So
and right-angled triangles.
These are the right-angled triangles.
Yep, I've got the pack here. So what's the difference between these and the other triangles? Was it a different triangular shape?
Yes, the other triangles were equilateral triangles. I said that's so wrong.
No,
equilateral triangles.
No, I would say equilateral.
I'd say equilateral, yeah. Equilateral. It just sounds funny because I never say it.
But these are right-angled
triangles. And these are right-angled triangles. So these work really well with the squares because obviously two of the triangle will make up a square.
Okay, brilliant.
So for me, the squares are the one that I thought, oh, I can do that with a regular ruler.
Yes.
You know, I can cut squares quite easily. And almost triangles as well, because you just cut the square to make the triangle. But again, what's so great about these templates is that they have those holes for the points, for marking.
Of course.
So I think, I mean, it's great for machine sewing, and I'm going to show you why and how to use them. But these are really good for hand sewing. So I'm just going to show you how you would use the template if you were going to do some English paper piecing. Because I mentioned that you can use them for that.
Yes, exactly.
And I just thought I would just show very quickly. So I'm not going to do the whole thing. I'm not making an English paper piece.
But you're just showing the technique for it.
Quilt today. But I'll just show how to use the template for it. So you just unscrew the little hoop, and that you can screw back together so you can keep them all nicely on that thing.
Like yes.
I don't know what it's called.
It's like a plaited wire.
It's a wire, yeah. Like a wiry thing.
Okay.
So if you were doing English paper piecing, where's my pen? You would use the full size of the template to cut your fabric out.
Yes.
Okay, so like I did earlier, and I will show it again just in case people missed that and didn't see. But then if you're wanting to cut the papers to use for English paper piecing,
yes.
So you can buy ready-made papers. I know we have kits that have the papers in for English paper piecing. Those are great. But I know a lot of people like to cut their own paper as well as fabric. So if you're cutting your own paper, you can just mark the dots like that, and then you just join the lines. So you've got your shape. So this is an erasable pen, and you wouldn't want to use that on paper. But I've done the dots so you can see. So you can see. Then you would connect the lines, and then you can cut the shapes out of the paper very easily. So you can do that for your English paper piecing, and then you would use the full size because this has got your 1/4 inch seam all the way around. So you've cut your paper, and then you can cut. So I've just done this one from a strip that I cut at home. So like I said before, you want to measure. In fact, let's do it with this one. Do you mind, John? Sorry. You want to always measure the template before you.
Oh yes, because you don't always.
Yeah, before you cut your strip. So like this is a finished 3 inch.
Yes.
So with the square, when you cut, you're going to cut your strip to cut your templates from. If you are cutting from strips,
yes,
that's going to be 3.5 because it's a 1/4 inch either side. But with the triangle, it's actually 3 7/8.
Yes.
So the strip that you need to cut at 3 7/8.
Yeah. So don't just presume that it's a 3 finished triangle. So it's going to be 3.5.
So it's going to be 3.5 because it's not. Because you're going to lose. You're going to lose the points. It's not that drastic, but it's nice to have. And for some things, some patterns, having the points still on is helpful when you're piecing.
Yes. So
that you can match those up to get nice points. So sometimes you still want the points on your fabric.
Now the fabric that Lucy's using here, it's just running across the bottom there. It's the Rose Bouquet fabric. It's a fat 1/4 bundle. You get one of the red rose. I'll just hold them up for you. One of the red rose, 2 of the purple dot, and 2 of the purple flower for £14.95. There's your graphics going across the bottom of the screen. £10.95. But we love these roses because they've got little scissors. They've got little scissors in with the flower design there. So that is the fabric that Lucy's using for this. Okay.
And I also have some pink dots that I.
Oh, where did you get your pink dots from then? That must be another fact.
Maybe it was a different bundle. I'm not sure what has happened there. So the strip I'd cut earlier to the right size, and then I've just cut that out. So then with my paper, I would just. The paper's going to be the right size so that when I come to fold it over, that's going to be a 1/4 inch when the paper's in there, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Looking at me blindly. You're miles away.
I was thinking, you're going to cut the paper out. You're not at all.
No, I'm not going to. I haven't got the right scissors, I don't think.
The template that Lucy's using is this one here. Just have a quick look at it. There's the So Easy mini template, right angle triangles, £14.95. You get all of them. It's very, very popular. There are 8 different sizes within the pack.
Yeah. Can I have my triangles back? So
can you have your... Oh, yes.
Thanks. I'm so precious about
I know, because the last lot all went in her bag.
No, but what I will say is there are so... Well, I mean, we were just talking about how many different kinds of quilt blocks there are. There are so many quilt blocks that are just made from these two shapes. I can't even tell you. Just so many. And the possibilities of combining these two are really...
Of course.
Endless. These are a fabulous shape to have. And although basic, incredibly useful.
Right, keep holding them there. Keep holding them there, because I'm just going to say that we've got the triangular one there for £14.95. That's the graphic on the side of the screen. And then we've got the mini squares at the bottom of the screen there, also £14.95, and there's the number you need for that. OK.
And you've got all those different sizes just in that
8.
one set. I think it's fabulous.
So I put that...
I know, I'm going to put them there. You're not having them.
I was going to put it back on for you. So you had a complete set to take home with you on the train.
Thank you. So the block that I'm going to do today is this one, and this is a Friendship Star quilt block.
What's it called?
Friendship Star.
Oh,
yeah,
that's what
really
we've got for us.
Friendship. Here you are.
Thank you.
You can have it. And what's really lovely about this one is I think, again, it could be quite traditional, but in these sort of fabrics, it looks really fresh, really modern. It's really nice. You don't have to use a plain fabric for the backing if you didn't want to. I'm going to show you one just using the dots and the florals in a different way, but it does look really nice on the solid
So this is the block. This is the complete block.
This is the complete block.
Because the one we showed earlier, you'd put the tumbling boxes or tumbling squares on a white background. That wasn't the block, was it? Whereas this is actually the whole block.
This is the whole block.
Yeah.
So this block is a finished 9-inch block. So it's 9.5 inches, and because each of the squares is 3-inch finished, so the finished block is 9 inches. So what I will say, I'll just point it out while I'm showing you this here, is you can see at the point of the triangle here does not go all the way to the top of the block. And it's something when I'm teaching beginners to quilt, when they're doing patchwork, they think that even though this is the finished block, that the points should come right up to the edge. But this is your 1/4-inch seam. So when you join this block to the next block, you're going to lose that. So if the point went all the way to the edge, when you sew it to the next block, you're going to completely lose that point.
Missing the point.
Missing the points. So it's just something to bear in mind that you're not if you're a beginner, you don't want the points of your squares going all the way to the edges of your block, because you're going to sew that block to another block. So a whole row of these would just look beautiful. I think that would look really, really nice. Well, it could not be in there.
I'll tell you about the quilting manual. That's coming up soon.
Okay, lovely. So I'm going to do the same block, but just using 2 fabrics, just to show you a different layout of the block, or a different way of doing the block. And I think this fabric is so fun to have. Because when I first just saw it, I just assumed it was just a floral, and it's actually got scissors in it, which obviously we know I love all things sewing and quilting. So seeing those secret little hidden scissors was quite exciting. So I always, when I'm doing a block, will lay out the design.
But this is the bit you love the best, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And even when I'm doing something simple like this, I may have cut a bit where, or maybe this one's got more purple flowers in than this one. I want to shift them around, so even just in something like this sort of a pattern, I still might want to move these pieces to make it look better. So for this one, rather than using 3 fabrics, I'm just using 2, just to show you how just with the one block you can create a really different look to it.
Can I just explain something? People ask about the pink dotty fabric. That's a different fat quarter. Because the 6 one here is you get the 2 and the 2, the 2 and the 2. Do you see what I mean? So we're just double checking for you, but I'm sure this one comes with a because when we've had them in the past, we had this one, a different colourway, and with the pink dots, and then. But anyway, we'll just check. Hannah's just checking for you now. But for this one, we're using the fabric. I'll take that one away for now. We're using the fabric from this fat quarter here, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was just sent that.
Yes.
So sorry about that. That pink
right.
one's not available. It does work quite nicely with those flowers.
Yes.
But so this one, I'm just doing the purple and this is red. Is it called red?
It's called Fat Quarter Bundle Rose Bouquet.
Okay, because this one, it's got quite a nice, it's got lots of nice orange in there as well. And I always think orange and purple is a really nice
mix,
combination, yeah. So, but you can see this looks totally different now to just have the two fabrics. I
like that one better than the white.
I do, if I'm honest, yeah. So, but then you could, we could have had that one, had that flower one be the triangles.
Yes.
So have that one be the square and that one be the triangle. There's lots of different combinations that you can use. But obviously we want to keep that friendship star shape in there.
Yeah, of course. What you could have done is done the background of all of that as well, and it'd be like one of those optical. You know what I mean? Like kind of this star would just. All right, no, we won't do that.
No, but what you could do,
yes,
because you've got the different sizes in here, what you could do is this one was a 3-inch, so the 3-inch template. What you then could do is find the 1.5 inch, and you could split this piece into 2.
Oh, yes.
And then you could have here another point.
Yes.
In the different colour. So you could break this up further and have that, split this in half, have this bit be dotty and have this bit in that one. So it'd be like another star coming out from behind that star.
It's lovely. Now, I just warn you, like in the 9 o'clock show, the templates are flying out. The templates are absolutely flying out the door. So please, 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 if you want these, I'm not adding any undue pressure. I'm just telling you for your own good. I don't want you to be disappointed.
And for somebody who, if you've done like a little bit of sewing and you feel like you enjoy doing patterns, but maybe you want to start coming up with your own and you want to play with things a little bit more, these are so good because you're not really having to do the maths. The quilt maths, that is not my personal favourite part of it. You literally, because you've got the measurements on the side of the templates, you go, oh, it would be nice to have that one in half of that one. Well, you're just cutting, you just find the, one.
Because they've got the seam allowances on them.
Because they've got the seam allowances on them. You're not having to think about it. You just can use it. So the measurement that's on there is the finished size.
Yes, because I was going to say, because if you did this and you said, oh, no, I wanted that, you'd think, oh, you could just cut that in half, but of course you can't because there's no seam allowance on them, so you'd have to lose one of those halves to try
and also, it makes it quicker for, like, starting. If you want to cut from strips, you can make, this would be lovely just from scraps as well.
Yes.
But if you did want to cut from strips, then you just measure it, you don't have to work about it. Takes all the thinking and hard work away.
Yeah, because this is the bit you enjoy most.
This is the bit that I want to do, yeah. So I'm going to sew this together. So this is a perfect block for, I mean, it's fun for anybody, but it is a really nice one for beginners.
Right.
Because essentially, we're just going to be making squares. So if I just split this up a little bit, so you can see this block is made up of 5 squares and 8 triangles.
Right.
So I've got 4 background squares, 1 focal square, 4 focal triangles, and 4 background triangles.
Right.
And that's all it is. And then I find in my head it's easier if I sew all these bits together first.
So you've got,
I'm going to sew all the triangles together. Now, unlike in the 9 o'clock show where I was drawing using the dots on the back of the fabric to piece those pieces together.
Because you had your Y seam.
Because I had Y seam.
Infill.
And because for this I'm not doing it hand sewing, I'm not English paper piecing, I don't need, the dots are irrelevant for this particular block. And if you're machine piecing these things, you don't need to draw out the 1/4 inch seam unless you chose to because you wanted to use it as a guide.
Yes.
You don't need to draw. So I've got nothing on the back of these and I'm just going to sew them together. So I'm not working from dot to dot. I'm going to just, as normal, sew from the edge of the fabric all the way down. I'm going to use the 1/4 inch
I was going to say, if you haven't got a 1/4 inch foot, you can still use the dots and draw the line, couldn't you?
You could still use the dots and draw the line. And also that might help you to then, if you draw a 1/4 inch line from here, it will help you determine where on your sewing machine you want to use as a guide for how you're going to...
The thing is, if you're going to be doing a lot of patchworking, you always go... You could always, if your machine hasn't got it, like mine hasn't got it, you could always put a piece of...
Washi tape,
or wishy-washy tape, or masking tape, something on your machine, so you know that edge is always your 1/4 inch.
A lot of people do that, and that's really helpful. And actually, I do it sometimes with washi tape because I'm so used to a 1/4 inch seam.
Right.
I'm so used to a 1/4 inch seam. So if I'm following a pattern or I'm making something where it's a 1/2 inch, I'm completely thrown. So I do that as a visual reminder to myself. No, that's where you need to be sewing now. So, sorry, the wire is just going to move that out of the way. Yep, that's fine. So I'm just going to sew from one edge to the other. Before I do that, I'm going to set it to... You have to move the needle with this one because the feet on this machine are slightly wider.
Oh, okay.
So if you're and mine. So if you're doing a 1/4 inch, you need to set the stitch slightly differently. So I just start off as I normally would, just a little back stitch.
So that 1/4 inch seam, it's got like a little guard on it, hasn't it? So it keeps the fabric.
Yeah.
It's all very well having your wishy-washy tape on, but you know what I mean? It's got a little guard.
So that little black bit, the thing that you can see that's black there, is the edge of the foot.
This is the Owner 680 that Lucy's using. Please watch my show tomorrow.
And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take it off. Because let's just show people. I'm just going to take it off so that people can see, because we're talking about it a lot.
Yes.
That's no good if you can't see what we're talking about. Let's find the best way to do this. So that's the edge of the foot there. So that's got that little black bit. So when you're sewing, your fabric is resting underneath against
that bit there.
That bit there.
You only want to do that to show off your glittery new nail varnish, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Did they charge you extra for the glittery one?
Thanks, Stephanie, at the nail dresser.
Oh!
Just, you know, she was so good.
You're stitching those together, because we're not entering anything new.
No, what I'm going to do, though, is...
sorry.
Sorry, no, it's OK.
No, it's all right.
So that then has become...
A square.
A square. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to chain piece these. So I'm going to do all of these pieces.
Yes. And
sew them all together before I start sewing it into rows.
OK, before I do my next bit of talking, let's see chain piecing.
Oh, OK.
So just in case somebody's just tuned in for the first time, they're like,
so
what's chain
you want to
piecing?
make sure that the foot's on your machine before you start sewing
that would be
like
handy.
that. And I always... just to point out for anybody that's a beginner, I always put the thread going to the back of the foot as well, just helps keep it out of the way.
Hannah's just saying lots of the messages today are from people who are loving your demonstration because they're just starting, they're beginners in quilting and sewing. So it's quite good to throw in these little tips because we just get a bit blasé sometimes, thinking, well, everyone knows where the thread goes, everyone knows where this is, but we all had to learn one, you know.
Exactly, and it's things like that then the thread gets caught up and you're making a mess and it just becomes frustrating. So I think if you can just get into the habit of doing these things, like shutting your rotary cutter, moving your thread to the back, so that it's as it's meant to be, enjoyable and, you know, hassle-free. Although something can always go wrong.
But that's the joy.
I'm not going to tempt fate. No. So
I'm just going to show a bit of chain piecing
first,
so
chain piecing is just me going... I always do a back stitch at the beginning of end of all my seams. I know some people don't and just would chain piece all the way along, and that's fine. I've been in a lot of swaps and in quilt bees where we swap quilt blocks. Oh, okay. And sometimes you might be sending a quilt block to the other side of the world or something, and even if you've just done a block and you leave it for a while, the seams can start to come undone. There's nothing worse than having to, you know, go over them.
Fans in New York, and we know you've got fans in Sweden.
Sweden.
Have you not seen them on Instagram? She's called Swedish Kate or something like that.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, well, anyway. While you're so they just literally make a washing line of all.
So you're just like making a washing line. So I always do a back stitch at the beginning and end, but I'm keeping going.
Yeah, nothing's overlapped. Look, nothing's overlapped.
No.
It's just, there you go. She's very frugal with her thread, and she's just got one stitch. Oh, hang on, let me lift that up. One stitch between each set of...
And don't worry about that. If you've got 3 stitches or something, it's fine. There's no, like, wrong or right.
No.
You don't want them connected, because obviously you've got to cut
No, Hannah
them.
thought it looked like that one had overlapped.
Yes, no, Hannah, why would I do that?
Who asked about the ruler? Terry. Anyway, somebody called Eri. I can't hear the beginning of the word. Hang on, well, let's go. Larry, Mary, Kerry. There you go. She's new. Hello, Kerry, my love. OK, she wants to know about this large ruler because we used it a lot. Well, most of our experts, our designers, said this was the first one they ever bought of the rulers, isn't it? Now, is it very... Well, Kerry says, and somebody else has asked, is it good for straightening off your fabric if... Because, you know, when sometimes you get cut fabric from a shop and the ends aren't...
Yep. I'm not going to do it. I know I'm not cutting it. Don't panic. So, let me show you. Can you zoom in on the top edge up here?
Yes.
So you can see I've just unwrapped this fabric, and this is how it will come. And the edges there at the top aren't meeting, right? So rather than spending time working out which one of those is the straight edge, near enough any time, and I'm talking about fabric, not just fabric that I've bought from somewhere, fabric that's in my own stash. You know, I've cut off whatever bit I'm going to use, I've folded it back up and put it away. When I next bring it out, I will near enough always straighten up the edge. That's the first thing that I do.
Also, something could have frayed away. Like
it could have frayed away. Anything could happen, and you can't tell from just looking at it whether it's perfectly straight or not. And fabric shifts and it moves. You know, it's a tactile thing. So I always just straighten off the edge. So, you know, this is a fat quarter, and then you're going to get that in that.
Yes.
In that length, so in one length. If you're buying meters of fabric folded in half, this ruler will cut the full width of of a metre folded in half once.
Yes.
So then you line up your ruler with the folded edge of the fabric, and you cut that.
So if you were trying to do, well, that's the selvage, let's see. If you're trying to do one of those rough edges, you'd put your 2 selvages together, not that we've got a selvage on the two selvage on the fat quarter, take the fold as the straight, and then you can get your, like you see from that one there, the straight edge there, just rotary cut it so you know that's completely straight.
That's straight, and then anything that you're going to cut from there, you know that you've had that straight edge.
There's the details there, so easy. 61 by 16, 24 by 6.5 inches.
And sorry, no, you got to follow that back up. Another reason that we recommend this... No, I'm saying sorry because I unravelled it. The other reason that we recommend this, particularly for quilters, is binding. We tend to make our own, unless you're using bias binding, which you still, obviously, you can make that yourself. But when you're cutting binding strips for quilts that are square, you're using straight binding, this will cut the full length. So, and that it's tricky because you're using 2.5 or 2 1/4 inch strips. That's quite hard to measure with like a normal ruler or something because it's only quite small. Whereas this, you've got that accuracy and you've got that wide enough space to keep your hand a safe distance from the rotary.
Exactly.
And to
your
cut
hand
your
is
binding
securing
strips.
the ruler into place, so your ruler's not going to... Use your tape
It's me waffling on. I could talk about this ruler for ages. This is the first ruler that I bought as a quilter in the shop that I've worked in. It's the one that we recommend to everybody that they buy first because it's so useful. It's got your 60, 45 degree and 30 degree angle lines on there as well, so it's not just cutting straight things. You can cut triangles from this
bias and everything,
and all kinds of things. Okay,
lovely. Right. Hope that answered lots of questions all in one go then.
Yes, sorry. This is my chain piecing. So I need to cut the little threads that are in between those pieces. So I'm just snipping in between those pieces to separate those. So now I've got the... Oh, thank you, John. So now I've got the 4. So rather than stopping, I mean, you can stop and start, of course, if you choose to. But it just means I don't have to keep cutting the thread and coming away from my machine. I've just done all of those in one.
Mm-hmm. So the templates we used, they're so easy. A mini template, a right angle triangles, £14.95. And then the bottom one there, the squares. Oh, here you go. Here's the triangular ones, £14.95. That's the still of them all. There are 8 in there at £14.95. And then we've also got the square one, which is the one going across the bottom of your screen. There are 8. There they are. 8 of those at £14.95. Very popular, very popular. Remember, we did different shapes at 9 o'clock this morning, and they all sold out. They sold out before the end of the show. I'm just putting this other one back on here. So
you're so kind. Thank you.
It's only because
I hope you're putting it in the right place.
Oh.
Yeah. You're joking.
Oh yes. Okay. Oh, don't be doing a close-up of me. You're trying to struggle with this. Look at Lucy doing the ironing. pressing. Done it. There you go. They're the triangular ones.
I'm pressing the seams on this one, and the really nice thing, if you are a beginner, about this block is there is no... you're only matching the seams of the squares. Okay,
right.
I'll show you in a minute. You'll understand what I mean.
There's no corners.
So you don't have to match up the corners with anything. So you can actually press whichever way you prefer. But I like to press towards the focal fabric, so the seam is going towards that focal fabric.
Right.
Because it's only ever so slight, but it just helps push that forward. So rather than having the seam going towards the background and then this, I don't know if you're going to be able to see it, but I'm exaggerating. This goes backwards, whereas if I push the seam this way, this just stands out ever so slightly.
But you wouldn't do that if your focal was white, would you? And your other was dark? Or would you still do it?
I don't know.
You might see the dark through.
It might just depend. I know, but I'm not... I don't know. It depends on your preference.
Exactly.
But all I'm saying is for this particular block, doesn't matter.
Okay, half the stock of the square templates has gone already.
So I am going... This is another reason... It's okay. Another reason that these are fabulous is I now need to trim off what we call dog ears.
Oh, yes.
Because when I'm sewing the squares together, I don't want to have these little...
dog ears.
Little dog ears in the way of me
Well, it's
sewing.
like you say, you like it to be neat as you're going along, don't you?
Yes, you want it to be neat. So now I can use this... have we got that rotating mat?
Haven't got... The rotating mat.
That rotating one.
Yes,
it's just
here.
quite handy.
I'll get it.
Sorry.
No.
It's really handy for the... Thank you. Really handy for trimming... In fact, I said that earlier. It's really handy for trimming off the... When you're doing the half-square triangles. So I'm going to show you now what I mean.
We've had a message from a lady saying she's had one for years and she didn't know it came apart. And she's now reassessed that it comes apart.
Oh!
So that's good.
Well, and also good because clearly it doesn't come apart that easily if she's had it all that time. I didn't realise that it comes apart.
Maybe it was just you being a bit heavy-handed this morning.
Thank you. So I can just cut off that corner. And now what I normally would have to do is, move that all the way around.
Yeah.
But I can just spin that and chop off.
There's the mat, the Ulfa, not the Olaf, as Hannah always calls it. The Ulfa rotating mat, 30.5 by 30.5 centimetres, 12-inch square.
So I should have locked that into place. That was, when I was...
That's right.
You shouldn't cut it like that. You should make sure that it's locked in place. So apologies.
Right.
But so that's really helpful for trimming those off. So
we're going to do all the dog.
Well, I have to because otherwise
now.
It's going to get in my way and irritate me. So I'll do that.
Plenty of time. No rush.
Oh, okay.
So the fabric that Lucy's using is this beautiful fat quarter. It's got the rose pattern, but the rose pattern's got scissors in it as well. Really, really lovely pattern. There it is, across the bottom. £10.95. For the rose bouquet, there are 6 pieces. They're all 54 by 45 centimetres, fat quarter bundle.
There we go.
Go on then, have a look at the fabric then, while Lucy's chopping that. £10.95. Right, OK, let's move on.
So I didn't use that. I didn't spin it then because...
Well, it's so little.
I didn't have... No, I'm getting one of these
for
myself. Yeah, because I don't have one at home. And quite honestly, it's so fantastic that I'm just going to get one because I do this a lot, trimming things and turning things around. And it's just be handy.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you don't need it, but it's
But
helpful.
if you're doing that every day...
And when you're sewing a lot, if you're sewing a lot...
And if your children want to eat that day, then you're saving a bit of time, isn't it? So you can go off and cook their tea.
Exactly.
I'm finding
what
reasons
are you saying?
why
I'm
you're going to...
neglectful.
No, not neglectful,
No,
but I'm just saying that you'll have more time with your children.
I know, yes, right. I've got to think about the layout of this one now. So we'll go that way.
Yeah.
No, that's OK. It's just to put them back. I just like having it... And I think for beginners as well, it's just really good to have it... See,
yeah, you
see,
have to look at it.
See, I have to look at it.
There you go.
So very often I have drawn it out in my little notebook that I always have. But when as I'm piecing things, I like to have it laid out. And then if this was, if I was using different colours or something, I've said this before, I'll quite often take a little picture.
Yes.
So that I've got a record, because it's so easy to think, oh yeah, that's how I like it, that's really nice. And then, you know, somebody phones or the cat walks over it or just something happens and it's moved.
Yes.
And then you've spent all that time playing around with it to get it exactly how you want it, and then it's gone. So I will quite often take a picture of it to...
But also, there's nothing more frustrating than when you do think this is perfect, and like you say, not even going off to answer the phone or something, you suddenly move something. It's like, oh, I'm sure that's what, you know...
The air conditioning comes on, just blows it all away.
Yeah, it's gone off now, hasn't it?
Open up a window. Yes, you don't know.
Right, so now, would you sew those together by the row or by the column? Is that how you work it?
Yeah, I mean, people have different ways of doing it. You should be sewing it into rows and then sewing your rows together. How you get them into those rows, you can do different ways. My preference is to chain piece, so I will chain these 3 together. So I'll put these... I see. So I do it like that. I'll put all of those together, and then I'll add this piece to that one.
Oh, OK.
And then I've got my rows like that, but then they're all joined up. If you're a complete beginner, that's the quickest way to mess it up, if you like.
Just be careful. I can see a word coming out then. Yeah.
No, but it just... you can go like this and then accidentally sew this.
Yes,
I mean, I do it. It's not just about beginners, but I think until you feel confident with how you construct a block, I wouldn't start chain piecing in well, if you want to. Do as you wish. But I would sew that one to that one and then that one and go all the way through.
OK, then.
So if you're a beginner, I'm going to chain piece it because that is what
No, that's fine. Just make sure you put the right edge to the right edge. Because I'm going to show them this new book while you're doing
Can I just say very quickly, what I was saying about the corners, was it, when I'm showing you the finished block, unfinished, the point doesn't go all the way to the outside. I said that at the beginning.
Yes.
So you've still got a 1/4 inch seam on the edge of your block there, so the point doesn't go to the corner. But when you're sewing it to the next piece, it does.
Right.
So the that seam of the 2 triangles, that seam there, the line of that should go to the corner. Does that make sense? So, and then you match up these squares. Okay. You know, you match up corner, and that's where you sew.
So now you see, this is a good. Because
when you open that out, that's what makes
the gap.
Well, I'll do it and show you, but that's what makes that 1/4 inch there when you sew it using.
But this is an example of you could now towards that machine and do the wrong.
And if doing the wrong thing because we've been chatting,
exactly,
it happens. It's really, really easy to do that. So I'm going to just check my layout again. There you go. That's perfect. So I'll sew that now.
It's in the bottom.
I'm looking at my notebook.
Oh, yeah. Right. Well, because we don't need to watch you doing the sewing a straight line. I'll just show you this book. The Quilting Manual, featuring 16 quilt experts.
Ooh.
Techniques, troubleshooting, and more. Now, we've spoken about hand and machine today. It's for hand and machine. Shall I show you about... that's nice, isn't that one there? Now, we'll have to look at the troubleshooting bit. Now, it's all colour-coded, obviously. The page is all colour-coded. The basics of machine quilting. Thread and fabric. Lots of people messaging in, Lucy, saying they've just started doing the patchworking and quilting. Choosing quilting designs, because obviously the quilting... So you know, because I didn't know when I first started, the patchworking is putting the pieces together like Lucy's doing now. The quilting is actually sandwiching the wadding and the backing fabric, is it not? Have I got that wrong?
No, well, that's just making a sandwich or basting. The quilting is stitching those 3 layers together.
I was getting there. Tools for marking, quilting designs. Just keep sewing.
All right, sorry.
Now there's those gloves that Angie's got. If you watch Angie's shows, she does a lot of free-hand machine embroidery and a lot of quilting. She uses those gloves for that. Have you got those gloves at home as well?
I don't know.
We sell them here. I'll get you a pair.
Thanks.
That's right. Pardon? Oh, I thought she said tension. I thought she meant there was tension between you and me. It's all about tension and the sewing, of course. Planning the quilting areas for quilt top. Oh, it's one of those days today, isn't it? Creating regularly spaced designs. Oh, I like that one. That looks like bouncy, that one, doesn't it? Isn't it lovely, though? Oh, there's troubleshooting. There's troubleshooting. Potential problems. Hand quilting there. I guess we just did that. There's troubleshooting there. Yeah, well, like somebody messaged in earlier, did the same. We like it when something goes wrong. You see, because, oh, look. Is that quilting? Motifs? Oh, that's nice. You're going to say something now, aren't you? I thought you were going to join in then.
No, well, I was just, no, that's lovely. It's really nice to have a book about quilting because it's lovely to have the patterns and everything, you know, the patchwork patterns to make the quilt top, but you kind of can, sometimes you can make a quilt top and then you go, oh, now what do I do with it? Do you see what I mean?
Yes,
so it's nice to have a book that's about the actual quilting.
Exactly. Do you watch Tattoo Fixers? You know the lovely girl in that? Well, no, I'm only asking because the girl in that... No, don't go off the book, don't go off the book. She draws roses like that all the time. When they go, oh, I want a floral, that's what she draws. I love her, but that's what she draws.
I love her too. But that programme is just so funny.
Addictive, isn't it,
so
that programme?
Funny.
Anyway, look, I will get a strawberry. I moved on now from the Tattoo Fixer lady. Now, look at all those. Am I just carrying on talking? Have you finished stitching?
Yeah, no, well, I just wanted to show something. I don't want to interrupt your lovely
Okay, that's a lovely book.
Yeah.
At £15.95, all colour-coded.
And just seeing you flick through that, some of those are lovely, simple ones, and it's got the more complex ones as well. Ones, yeah, so that's really nice. So it's got something for everybody.
Yes, exactly. Because this is what Angie... These are the shapes that Angie I was just talking about. That's the kind of shape that... Oh, hang on, can you see that on there? It's glaring, isn't it? That's the kind of shape she does her freehand quilting machine. No, is that what something? Embroidery. Free motion embroidery. Well, anyway, you know what I mean.
Free motion quilting or machine embroidery.
Thank you so much with the wall. Oh, would you be in here then? You're an expert.
I'm not in there. So I just wanted to show because I mentioned about the chain piecing. So that's now because I've put those 3 together. This is what it looks like dangly. I call it army neck quilting because it kind of looks like one of those things you scramble under.
On an assault course.
On an assault course.
Have you done that often then? No.
Every weekend. No. So I just wanted to show. So now I've done those. I'm just going to add these ones and do it in the same, the same way. But I wanted to show people if there are people who are beginners. This is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about chain piecing. So I've sewn all those, and now I'm just going to sew these 3 to that. So I'm going to chain piece again and sew these to the rows. Okay, so the templates that you've used are the squares and the triangle ones, aren't they? Yes. So, oh, hang on. She's open. Which one's first? Square. There you go. Square's first. I'll just put that one back in there. So that's how you get it. Nice, aren't they? Isn't that lovely? £14.95. Now this, more than half the stock has gone of these already. So, in the show that we did at 9 o'clock with the 2 other shapes, they completely sold out before the end of the show. We've only got like 15 minutes left or so.
£14.95. That's the square one, 8 different sizes there. Remember, they include the seam allowance on them. There's the triangular one now. Oh, and half the quantity of the... oh, hang on, that goes around there. Half the quantity of the triangular ones have gone now as well. Triangular graphics coming in, there you go. So easy, mini template set, right-angled triangles. 8 in total, 1.9 to 7.6 centimetres. £14.95. Right, I've got another announcement to make then. I've got a surprise. I'll make sure I get the right one before I surprise you with it.
Is it cake? No.
Here we go. I'll open it before... Oh, no, I'll just show you the packet there. No, I won't. I'll get it out. Right. We didn't think we'd have to play this one because... Look. We've got Pentagon. We've got Pentagon. But these are very limited. The reason we didn't show them because we saw how quickly all the others sold out. These are very, very limited. Now, they are the Pentagon ones. Again, 8 of them, 1.9 centimetres, 7.6 centimetres, £13.95. They're just going to look lovely on the wall in your workroom, aren't they?
Yes.
Have you got this? You've got the Pentagon one? No. Oh. We'll get you those as well.
Thanks.
So, hang on, what else am I buying you? These? Something else I said earlier. What was the other thing you wanted earlier? I can't remember now. You said... very limited on those Pentagons.
All of it, I'll just have
all of it, yes.
I don't want to be greedy.
No, what did you say you were getting earlier? You said you were going to buy something, didn't you? Oh, I know.
Oh, the rotor, yeah.
Turning cutting mat,
yeah. Getting that one, yeah. I like that one.
Olaf. So, Olaf.
Seams for... pressing your seams for this one. I normally, when I'm doing patchwork and I'm sewing rows, I'll do one row one way, one row the other way. When I'm sewing these, because...
Because I can't see it, let me just move this out.
Okay, sorry, yeah. Because you've got the triangles, you've got bulk in one place and not not on this side. So if I'm sewing it that way, it's going to make it really bulky. So when I'm pressing the seams for this, I'm doing the top and the bottom row outwards and the middle row inwards, and that's going to reduce the bulk in all the places where I've got those triangles. So the bottom and the top row I'm pressing outwards, and the middle row I've just pressed the seams going inwards, so that when we sew the rows together, they're going to meet up really nicely.
Yes.
It's just it's a bit different than how you would, do it. You'd normally do one all one way, one all the other way, one all the other way. But just for this particular block, it just means that those are going to meet nicely. Fingers crossed. Okay. But if it doesn't work, I shall show you how to remedy it.
Yes, I've got a quick unpick here.
So again, I just would check. I'd lay it out again and check. Yes, that's how I want it.
I love it in those fabrics.
How I want it sewn together. It really pops out, doesn't it? And I think as well the fact it's called a friendship star is just so lovely.
Yes.
It's just so nice. And if you are making a quilt for somebody, which is often how people get started, either they might have a child or a friend or a relative that they want to make a quilt for, and that's so people start.
But this is also like a lot of the quilting, I don't want to say societies, but like quilting people, like if somebody's had a... No, I'm being serious now.
Okay,
but like if a friend of yours had a bereavement within the family or something, you make them a quilt.
Yeah.
It's that comforting
We've done it. You're going to get me started. We've done it. Yeah, we do all the time. And it's very emotional, but it's part of the reason that you make quilts for people. And
set me off now.
Yeah, I know, it's terrible.
let's smile.
But I have done it. I've made blocks for people. I've had people send me blocks to make quilts for other people. It's an incredible community, incredibly caring community. And that is what we do. We pull together and we make quilts for the people that we love, because what a great way of showing that we care about them.
Exactly.
And so a friendship star is a lovely block for somebody special to say thank you, whatever. It's it's a really nice thing. And if you didn't want to do a whole quilt, you could just do a little cushion, and then you can tell the person this is a friendship block, and I've made these blocks into a cushion for you because you're my friend.
Aww.
Love you. That's it. Aww. Nice. So now we've done that, we're going to sew those into rows. So what I was talking about, the doing the seams in different directions, so that when you come to sew your rows together, you've got this seam's going that way and the seam underneath going the opposite way, so that when you put these together, they butt up against each other. And I always make people, beginners, feel this when I'm doing my classes. If you separate it and feel it, you feel the gap. If you lay it over the top and feel it, it feels too thick. And if you get into the habit of how that feels when those are meeting exactly, it's just nice. And then you can put a pin in to secure that. So I pin diagonally because then I'm catching the seams on both sides.
If you pin straight, the seam allowance could escape underneath, couldn't it? Yeah.
So I pin diagonally because I just find that's the quickest and easiest way of doing it. Some people like to pin either side of the seam. Some people will just pin to the side that's going to meet the needle first. Yes. And some people pin directly in the seam. It's entirely up to you and what works best for you. But I have found that diagonal works best for me. So then I just match up all my seams there and put a pin in diagonally, and then I'm just going to sew along that side, and we'll see if my pizza, yeah, I had that last night, points, see if my points come out perfectly, and if not, I will show you what to do. If they don't, or how quick ways of remedying it. If need be. So again, I'm just going to do a little back stitch to secure, and I've started too close, so it's just tube that up. There we go. Oopsie daisy. Yeah, right. Yeah, it doesn't like the corners of the fabric sometimes. If you go too close, it's my own fault. So there we go. So when I'm sewing over the seams now, because this seam is going this way, and I know the other one underneath is going the opposite way, so I can just sew through that. I'll take the pin out, although I don't always. I know that that's going to sew over that, no problem. Now, when I get down to here, the seam underneath is going that way. Oh, okay. And I've pressed it, so it's okay, but on some machines, it might just hit this bit here and then fold back on itself. So when you get to that seam, you just want to make sure that that is going that way. And if you need to stop and tuck it under, do, because it means it's going to reduce the bulk when you come to press it and quilt over it. There's nothing dramatic pause. Sorry, I had to have a good think then what I was talking about. When you come to quilt it, if you've got a section where a lot of the seams are meeting like that, and then you've got a lot of bulk in your quilt, it's very difficult to quilt. So,
okay, before you do anything else, I've got a lovely message for you from Mary.
Hello, Mary.
She's been sat English paper piecing all morning while watching
lovely.
Oh, this lovely carving show. Oh, thank you.
That's nice. Thank you, Mary. So
we're a pure tonic in the morning, she says.
Oh, that's
Best channel
lovely.
Ever.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you.
Anyway, sorry, go on with your sewing then.
That's so nice. It's just exactly what I do when I'm not here.
Well, I know.
It's sewing when the kids are at school. I sit and sew. Often I'm prepping things to come on the show, and I'm watching.
I know.
Yeah,
because then she messaged me going, "What did you say that for? What was that all about? What are you mentioning me for on your show?"
Get out. I do not. So, okay.
Have you done it right or wrong?
Yeah, I've done it right, which is nice, but, you know, for the purposes of
showing us what to
educating.
So explain what you would have done.
Okay, I will explain what I would have done. So, I haven't pressed this, but obviously you can see here. That's actually a dark bit of the fabric there, so that's not the best. I'll see if we can show that one. Right. So the points are just meeting really, really nicely. Yeah. There. And a lot of this is down to an accurate 1/4 inch seam, but it's mostly down to having those templates and having everything cut out perfectly. It really, really helps to have that accuracy when you're cutting out and when you're piecing. Yeah. So had this been further down here, okay, and it wasn't a complete point, it was further down this way, what I would do is I would check the seam at the back. Yeah. And if it was, I might see that the point is up here. So I can look on the back and I can see that the point of this seam is actually a little bit... So I've sewn my seam allowance and the point is here. You'll see it on the back if this happens.
Yeah.
And what I would do then is I would probably just sew, and I mean, I would only do this if it was fractionally. If it was way out, I'd unpick it and start again. Yeah. But if it's fractionally out, to correct it, what you can do is just sew again and just bring your seam line so that you're going over the point. Mm-hmm. And that way, when you turn it over, you'll have a perfect point. If the seam of this one has come across and I've lost the point in my seam, what I would do then is just unpick that small section between the seam, readjust it, so pull it whichever way it needs to go to not lose the point, and then stitch over it. So I wouldn't unpick the whole lot, because I am a little bit of a perfectionist and I like my points to look nice and meet properly. And so if I'm doing that, what I want to do is, but I don't want to be undoing everything I'm doing, you know, so I want to correct it, but in the easiest way possible. Exactly. So have we got time to sew this final row?
We've got 5 minutes till the end of the show.
Okay.
So you've just got a few minutes to finish your
friendship star. So I'll just finish this final one. So I'm just doing the same thing, making sure my seams are meeting. Oh. And you can always fold it back to check and see.
Just I was a bit worried then, because floor manager Jay nearly dropped everything. I didn't want to frighten you with all the noise.
OK, don't do that while I'm pinning.
No, exactly.
If you're a beginner as well, another tip is just put a pin at the end, at that final, at the end of the block, where those squares are meeting, because it's quite easy when you're sewing for that bit underneath to slip away. So if you're a beginner, you would probably want to pin in your seams, and then also that those last squares there, just because that would tend to be the bit that's going to shift while you're sewing. So I'll just sew down that one.
Oh, Andrew and Hilary are watching. Oh, Hilary's still cross-stitching. Andrew and Hilary have followed my career for decades.
Oh, how lovely.
Yeah, they're mother and son, and they're kind of very, very funny. Anyway, Hilary's still been cross-stitching for years, and she thinks, because she's watching you, she thinks she's going to start some patchwork.
Oh, that would be wonderful. Yes, do. I love cross-stitch as well.
I wonder if are we going to do cross-stitch? I'll ask Lisa when we go through later. Now, this is the templates that we've used here. I'll go through all of the templates with you as soon as Lucy's done this. You all right, then?
Oh, just...
Is it wrong?
Perfect. Oh. Shucks.
Right, what?
I'll very quickly just say...
Yes, you say what you want.
So that's the completed block. And then for the final seams, because I have got the points of where the points of the triangle are meeting creates more bulk. Yes. So those final two seams, I would press those open.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because which ones are those? Whichever way you'll press them, you're going to create. I mean, you can fit. You're going through so many layers there that if you're quilting over that, it's a bit difficult. So just these two, where I've sewn the rows together, those are the two seams that I will press open.
Okay. Okay, while you're pressing those open, I'm just going to take you through the templates, because they're selling incredibly quickly. These are the triangles. They're so easy, mini template set, right-angled triangles, 1.9 to 7.6 centimetres, £14.95.
So 8.
You get 8 of them. You get 8 of them. Yeah, look, all 8. She's put these back in a funny order. That's because she wants to keep this one for herself, I think. But you get all 8 of those. 8 in the set there. £14.95. Then we've got the square one, which I just have to hold on to this. I haven't done that one up. I love the squares just as a piece of art installation thing. 0800 112 44 33 is the phone number. www.sewingquilter.com. These are the square ones. So easy, mini template. Again, you get 8. They're the same measurements, so 1.9 centimetres, 7.6 centimetres, at £14.95.
I didn't talk about fussy cutting for these. These are, I mean, they're see-through.
Yes.
So you can fussy cut to your heart's content
exactly.
with all of these, and all those different sizes you've got of the squares for fussy cutting. And in the same way as that other shape, the square, you could do 4 little squares next to 1 big square.
Right, these, when we're saying very limited, how many do you think have got a left? Oh, very limited. Very, very, very limited on the pentagon. We haven't really concentrated on these because they were limited from the start. So, but there are a few left. There are a few left. £13.95. They are the pentagon ones. Okay. Now I've got less than a minute left. So, is there anything else you want to talk about?
No, that's it. So I'll just show very quickly. Yep. That's the seams pressed open. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, yep, that's what I'm talking about. So rather than pressing them to the side, I've just open those out so that those are nice and flat in these areas where I've got a lot of bulk. So that's your finished friendship style quilt block.
Ah, thank you. Oh, thank you. Anyway, we've got to go. We've got to go. We're both back tomorrow, aren't we?
We are, yes.
So I don't know what she's doing yet tomorrow. I'm going to find out now. We're going to prep. And we're doing sewing machines. If you love that sewing machine that she has just got, Lucy has just got, Lucy, the cat's mother, she's just got, join us tomorrow. Thank you so much for your company. Thank you for a lovely show. We will see you tomorrow with lots of gorgeous things. Do you know what? We'll just carry on quilting.
Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter.